munitions or more battlefield loitering munitions, right? Well, shorter range, and it's very good to have these highly mobile, just these trucks with missiles or with guns or whatnot. Anything that can relatively reliably and easily and cheaply take it down. The next step, of course, was to engage the operators, not just the drones themselves, right?
Yeah. Did you? I was looking at the internet videos earlier today. I think it was Rob Lee had an incredible shot of a drone operator, a Russian drone operator, and other observer in a tiny little space inside a building, a tiny little window to get through, and a loitering munition, a tiny little kamikaze drone snuck right through there and took them both out. It was a amazing little shot. But those things are such small and lightweight things. I think probably the only reasonable way to take those down is either electronic warfare or one of these bullet systems. And I think the loitering munitions are mostly used on a battlefield. So any of those 30 millimeter systems that don't have explosive shells would probably be okay to use in that system. I mean, essentially, it looks to me like they're throwing every capability that's either roughly experimental or has been fielded for years out to make sure that they can take down the whole range, right? From loitering munitions, if you can hit them through the Shaheeds, which anything that's can be delivered accurately to those can knock them out because they're so slow moving, to the really challenging stuff like the ballistic or semi-ballistic stuff, along with the faster cruise missiles. So it'll be interesting to see. I guess they seem to build up for like a month, right? They said the Russian it takes about a month worth of caliber and KH 22, I think, whatever the Kinzhal and the Iskander takes about a month's worth of production to get those to a level where they can have an attack like they did a few weeks ago. And the next time they try that, of course, the new anti-surface air system from the United States, from Germany, from all over the place will have now be up and limbered and ready to take them on. And we'll see how they go next time. But I'd expect to see a continual movement of these anti-drone systems and what seem to have almost been outdated anti-aircraft systems, which are also seeing a new life because they're cost-effective means of taking that stuff down. So we'll stop seeing that, I guess, when they've found the combination of solutions that seems to solve the problem.
It's kind of a perennial counter move thing, isn't it?
He just said limbered, Dorman.
Lindbergh? Sorry, what?
Limbering. William, when did we last limber artillery?
Well, no, I mean the Patriot systems. And don't they still call? Oh, sorry, have I dated myself? Don't they call that moving it into the field and limbering those up? Axel, did I wake you up? I'm sorry.
No, I've been here for 2 hours, mate. I was just listening, and I thought that shall we say, limbered me silly.
Well, I'm certainly glad to entertain. What's the appropriate word these days that the kids use when they're putting their systems ready for use?
Well, General Grant, I have no idea at the moment. I presume they say set up.
Oh, well. So, Doman, where would you like to go to next? What's your next thing on that list that you find phenomenally fascinating?
No, I'm still interested in these things, right? And as you said, all of these air defenses that were kind of designed,
bring around.
We are in the 50s and the 60s to kind of counter, maybe jets, maybe still some old propeller-driven planes, that are now again becoming useful, right? It's sort of almost a case of these anti-aircraft literal guns going out of use. There being a hole in defenses, which was exploited by now uncrewed aerial craft, and then that hole being again now being filled with the old defense, almost as though they came 10, 15, 20 years too early, just before all of these defensive systems got decommissioned. And if this technology had not jumped the gun, so to speak, well, the guns were still around to jump them. Quite interesting, really.
Yes, I agree. Although it did approach being a dad joke.
Just too apparent. Casual.
Casual, you might be
There we
talking
go.
to
I'm back. I'm back. I was on another app. I was checking the follow-up on Ming's news clip. Has anybody else found anything about this Russian air that got denied air access over Iran about an hour and a half ago? They held it at the border, turned it around, and sent it north to Sochi. Wouldn't let it pass through.
I did not know.
No things beyond what Ming told us, or what we discussed about 15, 20 minutes ago. That's all that I have. That's all that we have, I think. It might be a little while, unless somebody comes with access to NOTAMs for Iraq for today. Might say Russian planes no longer welcome. It could be just a one-off or a commercial issue, right? Non-payment of overflight fees issue.
Yeah, I've been watching them for half an hour. I haven't seen any more FDMs or SVs come over. That's why I heard Axel in there and thought maybe he would have heard something on the international back channel news front. All right, well, I'm going to go back to monitoring it, and I'll see if I can look for a quote-unquote NOTAMs out of Iraq. Yes, I said Iraq. All right, there, guys. Thanks.
Cheers. Shaggy.
Yeah, just a little comment and something else. A little comment on the experimental in the news article. I mean, it feels like a little bit of clickbait on that. It feels like some things were just repurposed or used in a way that is not usual. Which happens a lot with a lot of what's going on in what the Ukrainians have done with a lot of the gear that they've been given. Actually, they've used it in a non-standard way, and it works. With regard to the anti-aircraft guns being used to shoot down drones, on one side I think it's a great idea. On the other side, you're going to have probably a lot of lead raining down at some point a few miles or kilometers away, which obviously if it goes towards just Russians and wherever, that's kind of okay. But if it's not, then that can cause a few problems. Might cause a few problems as well with when it doesn't hit the drone and it just keeps on going and then falls down eventually. Just a little thought on that. I'll continue driving.
Yeah, exactly right. That's exactly right, Shaggy. If it's a big thing that might be flying down, if it's a 30mm shell, and that's no good. It's really no good being in the way of that. I remember a few years ago, there was during some sort of a holiday celebration. I forget which one. And I think this happened several times now. Aircraft at Beirut airport, were found with holes in them, because some people were shooting rifles in the air or assault rifles in the air as a part of the celebration. And the bullet from an AK was flying in a trajectory and was puncturing the metal skin of aircraft, and to the point where they were unsafe to fly. Imagine how much a 30mm shell, how much damage a 30mm shell does to whatever happens to be where it falls down. It's no good. Duke of URL.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I was looking also for the plane that was rejected, but I couldn't find it anywhere. So I don't know how about that story. But I want to say that I found out that Ukraine, Poland, gonna produce together tank shells. They decided, and the Polish Prime Minister is fast tracking Moldavia for EU membership because of the landslide between Moldavia and Ukraine. There are the Russians still having a lot of soldiers, so I think that's one of the reasons. And Interfax reported, the Interfax Russian news reported that Lukashenko and Putin had talked, but not about stationing weapons on his territory. And in the interview I read last night with an English reporter, Lukashenko said he actually want that every country would throw all the nuclear weapons on a big pile and get rid of them all. So he is trying to signaling from I am involved, but I don't want to, and I want nothing to do with it, and not for ideological reasons, but just to save his hide. But that's just what I think I can find in the news. And yeah, Bakhmut, they say on the west side of the Bakhmut River, the Russians gained some territory, and they are a little bit better in the artillery and communications. But it seemed that their progress stopped this morning from the Russians, and so I don't know. And the guy from Wagner said that he thinks it will turn out to be a stalemate. So I think that he or his superiors think that they're gonna have a point of argue when they start the so-called peace talks. What ain't gonna happen before they left the country, of course. So this is my updates, and thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Duke. Indeed, yes, and 125. I'm so used to saying 152 millimeter artillery shells. 125 millimeter tank shells is what Ukroboronprom is going to be producing in Poland. That's a big deal, right? Well, why are 125 millimeter tank shells important for Ukraine?
If I'm not mistaken, the 125 goes in tank shells go in the both the Challenger and the Abrams.
No. You are mistaken. Those are both 120 millimeter shells. 125 is the Soviet caliber, right? So it's what Ukrainians need to shoot their T-72s, T-64s, any captured T-80s, T-90s. All of those are 125, right? And Ukraine needs sufficient volumes of those to be supplied. If that doesn't happen, they don't have enough stuff to shoot with. But all of their own tanks, captured tanks they've gotten from Poland, from the Czech Republic, from Morocco, from other places. All of these Soviet-type tanks. So that's why this is really important. And ensuring good supply lines matters. Now, obviously, they've been getting some of these from Slovakia, from definitely not Bulgaria, from the Czech Republic, from Poland. But there's only so much that was in stock, right? And the production lines for these were only so big because, I mean, why would you have big production lines for these left in NATO countries that were all slowly switching to other types of tanks anyway, right? So because of that, there wasn't nearly as many, and because of that, there's a need for these, of course, now for Ukraine to either produce themselves or get additional production lines up. And just like the Ukrainians have done with mortar shells, doing similarly now with tank shells as well.
Yes, exactly. And I noticed on that on the list too that there's a whole bunch of things for other Soviet systems, especially this is the purchased directly from the manufacturer, and they'll be shipped directly to Ukraine stuff. Grad rockets and stuff like that. Obviously, the United States and NATO don't use any Grad rockets, but there's still a lot of Grad rocket launchers in service in Ukraine as well. So they need ammunition for all the old Soviet stuff and all the new stuff for sure. And Delman, I've also just been looking at these 30 millimeter truck mounted systems, and they do in fact now come with SD ammo, self-destruct ammo, so that they can be set to explode at range. So that's good news. And the other thing you brought up, essentially, these 30 millimeter truck mounted systems, these kind of are basically the gun with the Vulcan that was inside the A-10. It looks like.
Sorry about that. Will had some. Sorry about that. Will. Sure.
No, I'm saying that because in one of the analyses done of it, it says that these 20 and 30 millimeter cannons now have access to special SD ammo, self-destruct ammo, specifically so it can be fired over cities and civilians without huge rounds coming down at the end of their arc. So they can elect with primed rounds for range shots or explode on impact.
So I know that there's the Bushmaster chain gun has that availability now. I don't know if those rounds fit inside the old A-10 Gatling gun. I'm pretty sure they don't, right? And between that and the sheer volume of ammunition, people suggesting, you can just put it in the back of a Hilux. That's what I'm thinking. That it's going to be a 30 millimeter, but it's going to be a 30 millimeter, something a little bit different, like a Bushmaster.
Let's call it a Kurtz, would we, right? And it doesn't take the same rounds because they're shorter and longer round. They don't chamber right. But you're right. These Vulcans, they could probably, if they modified the one in the A-10 without reducing the performance of it. You need, can you imagine a technical going along with one of these in the back of it with a trailer being followed full of bullets? It paints an interesting picture, but I think they'll obviously incredible high rate of fire, but they'll probably do them in bursts to conserve ammo.
Oh, for sure, and that's also what a Gepard does, right? Someone was telling me at some point, Gepard is rated to take down, I think, a Sukhoi 25 with only, was it 12 shells or 9 shells, something like that, and a Shahed with like 5 shells. And, no, it's very limiting. It's very limiting how much they can do and which ones. And how many shells they need, right? So in that context, 50,000, 60,000, 100,000 Gepard shells actually goes a long way, even with the dozens of Gepards around, because they only need a few shells because it's a radar guided system, right? It's a radar aimed system. Whereas these ones, I don't know, are they going to be? No, they're not saying much. Are they going to be radar?
They're definitely radar. They're connected to a radar guidance system
On these new ones as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, they
excellent.
are.
Well, that's fantastic.
And here again, good news, right? Because it's a Vulcan and it takes the Vulcan rounds. How many Vulcan rounds do you reckon the U.S. has in storage?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, is there like a mountain somewhere that's hollowed out and there's just these rounds inside?
Something like that. Yeah, because because they had planned these radar guided ground based systems to use that ages ago, a decade ago, but never really put them into service because of, like you say, everything was moving to rockets and guided missile type systems. But incredibly effective. I mean, you wouldn't any of the U.S. 30 millimeter, 20 millimeter Gatling guns have a really well uh, combat experience and proven use. And yeah, tons of bullets in stock. Only the way only the United States can store bazillions of rounds of ammo. I also read yesterday, interesting in ammunition, since we're talking about ammo for everything, that two more 155 factories in the United States have been taken out of mothballs and are already producing their first month's worth of 155 ammunition. So the numbers were soft and not precise on purpose, because I don't want to say how much they can make, but the estimate was that we're talking about capability of producing something in the range of 120,000 shells a month. And that's not a Soviet estimate. This is a estimate from a fairly conservative American military observer.
It's very interesting.
Well, because and I think we talked about this yesterday or the day before too. You know that the United States writes contracts with defense industry providers. Like if you were a Pennsylvania 155 millimeter howitzer manufacturer, and they wind down your last order and they don't have another order for you, the United States will actually pay companies to maintain long-term maintenance on their equipment and mothball stuff so that they can start up at a moment's notice, which is something that I've never seen done in any other country.
Interesting. Interesting. So, well, would you say that is that part of the reason why the U.S. is uniquely placed now to help Ukraine much more so than any other individual country in absolute terms, not just because of its, sheer size and economic might, military might, but also the historical setup of their military procurement?
Yes, but it need not be unique to the United States. I mean, it's one of the very few. Well, he didn't get into this level of nuance, but it's one of the very few complaints that Donald Trump ever made about NATO was that members weren't really pulling their weight in relation to the amount of defense spending they were supposed to be doing. And when you do look at America, the amount of defense spending they have and the standing army and the things that they maintain, these interesting things like what they maintain storage for and what they maintain capacity to move into production fairly quickly, which we're seeing are real bottlenecks. Nobody does that the way they do. But there's no reason that Germany, France, Britain, all the countries couldn't do some of that, especially since they're supposed to be coordinating, right? And they could say that the Czech Republic, why don't you guys focus on these things and repair facilities for these things? And if you run out of work to do, we're going to pay you to mothball somebody. There's got to be 155, and well, there is Rheinmetall. maintain capacity to produce is just as it goes just to as much as to détente, to conventional weapon détente, as does having a large standing army. I guess I'd argue into the future.
For sure, and that's the only way to really go forward, right? I'd say the only solution, but it's the only way to really go forward. It's the only way for Ukraine to continue after they've expelled the Russians this time round. Deterrence through preparedness, right? Deterrence through having both a locally sufficiently sizable military, well equipped, well trained, as well as at the same time becoming NATO members is absolutely imperative. Who was yesterday? Who was it yesterday who was commenting on this? Was it the Ukrainian Defense Minister Reznikov? It might have been someone else saying, they expect Ukraine to become the 33rd NATO member state, and forthwith, really. Sweden first, more or less immediately, and then Ukraine, very soon indeed, very soon indeed after that.
Yeah, that was Reznikov. I saw that as well.
Where was Reznikov yesterday? Oh yes, right. He was down in the Hellenic Republic. He was down in the Hellenic Republic, meeting his counterparts down there among the Danaans, and making these comments, as well as, I think, trying to garner a little bit more support, and maybe garner a few more gifts. He's not afraid of it at all. He's not afraid of Greeks with gifts at all, in the slightest. Quite to the contrary, he'd be very happy with some more gifts down there from the Greeks. The only question is what shape they might come in. Now, the Hellenic army is rather well equipped, certainly in numerical terms, much more so than people would expect from a European country with some 10 million people, right? European country that has been a member of NATO for almost the entirety of the past 7 decades. Far better equipped, and that's because, of course, right next to them is another country with which they might at some point have a bit of too much of a disagreement. Now, I think it might be time. It might be time for some good outside intervention, maybe from somewhere in Europe, maybe from somewhere across the ocean, to say, hey, maybe it'd be a great idea if Turkey and Greece, both make a step towards each other, and with a step towards each other, take out an equal or proportionate number of tanks each out of service, send them to somewhere where they're useful to both, on the northern shores of the Black Sea, and this way maybe come a step closer towards détente. For they should rather than preparing to fight each other, prepare to make sure that the collective northern flank up there in the Black Sea is secure, and Black Sea can be turned into NATO Lake South. Do you see where I'm going? Say Turkey and Greece have lots of tanks. If each hands 100 to Ukraine, it'd be really great for Ukraine, but also it's not depleting anyone's resources relative to one another.
Yeah, because they built up those stocks back when there was a much higher risk of having to use them, and it does amaze me the size of when you think of Greece, right? You don't think of they would be a country that would have a whole large standing army in relation to other NATO members, but yeah, they have a much bigger capacity they have on hand, and a lot of it's not the newest, nicest stuff, but it would certainly fill a hole up north.
I think it'd be even more than just fill a hole. It'd be incredibly useful. and it really, with any of the post 1960 tanks that they have, be it the Leopard 1s, the Leopard 2s, of whatever version, all of those would be eminently useful to the Ukrainians. All of those would be eminently useful, and that's really the point of it all, isn't it? Move forward, make that difference. Maybe lead to some detente as well. Shaggy.
Yeah, fully agree with that. I think we talked about it with George yesterday, but he wasn't convinced. Yeah, I mean, there's talk of a thawing in the relationship. Both parties are talking of a thawing in a relationship between the two, and how better to thaw a relationship than to slightly de-arm yourselves of a few tanks each. Well, maybe more than just a few. So I like 100, 100 each, just to de-escalate and give it somewhere where it could be really handy.
Yeah, it'd be a great idea. And now in the context of the Turkish election, with the opposition saying that they want a closer relationship, and even Erdogan now courting the swing vote, maybe this might be a good political move for Erdogan. Wink, wink. Live Sniper, hi, and first of all, congratulations. I've not had the opportunity to tell you that, but congratulations on later accession. And how did you survive the collective hangover that I think all of Finland felt the morning after the flag went up?
Well, I'm slowly recovering. Thank you for the congratulations. We are happy, obviously. It was a nice day, really. But coming back to this tank question, you discussed a while ago, like half an hour ago, about blowing up these Russian abandoned tanks with these drones and so on. I've been thinking at the same time, when the Ukrainians are in urgent need of tanks from West, are there no possibilities that they would sort of capture them unharmed rather than them blowing them up? Because I think that they could use them very well. And that's what I've been wondering, are they completely broken already? Or and if so, then why waste some grenades? And if they're not broken already, are they just located so that they would the Russians would take them over back more easily than the Ukrainians could? That has been interesting to me, because every tank would count at this moment. Thank you.
Yep, I agree, Live Sniper. That's a really good question, and I think it comes in a case-by-case assessment, right? One, which side of a minefield is a tank on, right? Because obviously, if the tank hit the edge of the minefield that faces the Russians, and then there's all the rest of the minefield between the tank and the Ukrainians, it'd be probably very difficult for the Ukrainians to recover it, right? Much more so than the Russians. Secondly, obviously, the Russians know where it is in that open field as well. And if there were Ukrainians moving in without moving sufficiently forward as well to push Russians back from whatever positions they're on, that exercise of recovery would probably be quite dangerous for Ukrainians, right? Be it because of Russian artillery or sniper fire or whatever else, depending on exactly where it is. But just to illustrate, to give you some ideas of what the concerns and considerations might be. And then you kind of make the assessment, what's more likely, us recovering it or the Russians recovering it? And if it's at all more likely that the Russians recover it, it's best to just deny them recovery if the situation is just too risky for them to want to recover it, right? So when you see Ukrainians capturing Russian equipment, it's usually Russian equipment that kind of went too far, or got surrounded, or kind of ended up down the road, both sides of which were controlled by Ukrainians, and then couldn't really get out anymore. But whenever it's in a field like that, I think it's a little bit more difficult for them to do it reliably, and then just not the Russians not having it is the worth of it. I think we have a sampling bias, right? Because we see what comes out in videos. So not just what is recorded, because we don't even have access to all that is recorded, but we see what floats up from all of the videos that get published and then get the most engagement, right? So we see a lot of this. We oversample the positive events in our mind, and then undersample all of the non-events or all of the events where a drone gets shot down or some such, right? So I think the combination of all of that is probably making our assessments a little bit skewed. But does that kind of make sense? I'm just projecting my thinking onto them. If I were in their shoes, when would I decide to disable it permanently, fully, completely? When would I kind of say, yeah, there's a better chance we can go get at it? Light Sniper?
Yeah, thank you. The minefield theory, that indeed, because if it's somewhere in the front line, then they don't probably have much time or opportunity to piece investigate, is it booby trapped or whatever, is it in working condition, or start repairing it there. So basically, what if they want to grab those tanks, they would have to do it pretty fast and quickly. And if they just estimate that they driving to the main like a minefield and so on would be a too slow operation, that they just decide to blow it up rather. That's a good explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, and especially if we've done, right, Light Sniper, what the Ukrainians have done is they've installed these minefields, some permanent, some temporary, right? So you can kind of think the Russian positions, then a strip of minefield, then the Ukrainian positions on the other side. So you imagine that strip of minefield being quite wide, as obviously Ukrainians have made it quite well. There's and the Russians come from the access the minefield, hit the minefield from the Russian side. They get blown up there, and then there's still all of the minefield between where the tank got stopped, got the track blown off or whatnot on the Ukrainian side. And I think that is just a practical case where it's just way too hard, as well as often being very much in the line of Russian fire, right? Very much in the line of Russian fire, and that's the other part of it, I think, as well. That's kind of important to pick up on. So yeah, I think it makes sense. But again, like we only see such a small subset of events publicly. I think that's something to always remind ourselves of. And I try, whenever we have Nick around, being literally a statistician, right? We kind of talk about this a little bit. I try to steer the conversation that way because I think it's always good to remind ourselves what we see and what is the fog of war and what is, not the fog of war, but just stuff we don't see because we're not there. And this also then applies to any reporting that comes from, a squad, a platoon, a company on the front lines, because they know exactly what their local experience is, but then it's really difficult to extrapolate across, the thousands of such sectors, segments across the front line, because they can be and they will be quite different. And this is where I'm kind of frustrated whenever there's a big, Western newspaper or some such going out and saying, oh, we've spoken to this one unit and they say how it is for them, therefore this is how it is for everyone in this, million woman and man army that Ukraine had. Is it? Well, no, it's not, right? And the same goes for when we hear from Russians, right? When we hear Russian accounts, well, one account is some way, but that's what happened to that company, platoon, battalion, whatever. That's not what happens to all of them at the same time consistently, because it's quite varied, really. It's quite it gets quite patchy. It's quite different on a case-to-case basis. That's I think always worth thinking about, instead of a top-down assessment, kind of build up, a bottom-up ensemble. That is my thinking there. Anyway, before I bore everyone to half to death, let's go to Shaggy. I know Shaggy needs a little bit to stop and slow down and be ready to speak again. But Shaggy, when you can go ahead, please do.
Oh, if you can go to Casual L first, his hand is up first, and I'll pull over and go after.
Casual.
Hello. Yes, there is a new NOTAMs up. I'm in the process of mapping it out. But it looks like, hold on just a second, let me go back to my map. It's about 20 kilometers northeast of Narimanov on the Volga. Narimaonov on the Volga. It looks like it is a armory, a whole bunch of armory pits and one small air base. And it came up a couple hours ago, listed on NOTAMs. So there's something going on. Tell operations to drop their cocks and grab their socks, get some coffee, and go to work.
Yeah, no, it's past wake up time. So roosters are now completely useless unless in a nice wine based stew. And you're right. So Narimanov is just upstream from Astrakhan, right, close to the mouth of the Volga. There's restrictions all across there and everywhere west.
And it's underneath the it's underneath the historical flight path of this plane that just got canceled or denied airspace.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying the reason why they didn't go down that way and possibly went across Iran, Iraq, had a different flight plan is because there was a limitation in the area that they'd normally overfly. That makes sense. That kind of explains why it was going the longer way in the first place. Cheers.
Yeah, they had to basically make a U-turn, come back to Sochi, get fuel, and then continue on to their terminus. All right, I'm out. I'm back into digging. Catch y'all later.
Hey, you casual, Shaggy.
Yeah, I'm all pulled over now. Yeah, your hand order is really important for me because I can time when to pull over based on how many hands are up and if it goes out of hand order, then I either sit around waiting or I'm still on the road trying to pull over somewhere. Yeah. So I read an article this morning. I read an article last night with Danilov. I think he's the head of the Ukrainian Defense Council or something like that. Basically coming out and saying only 3 to 5 people know the exact plans, the date, time, where, and when of the counteroffensive. And this morning I read there was an intelligence leak. I think it was the New York Post or New York Times or something like that, from some intelligence about this proposed counteroffensive, and the information was like 5 weeks old, but there was some leak. So any more information on that, or should we just not talk about it?
I'm sorry, Shaggy. I was checking something else out. Are you talking about the New York Times reporting and other maps and such that came out?
Yeah, there was that came out. I mean, first of all, yesterday I saw just a little article from Danilov, the Ukrainian Defense Security Council person, coming out and saying, yeah, 3 to 5 people know about the plans and we're not going to say anything, blah, blah, blah. And I thought nothing of it. I just thought, well, that's kind of normal. And then this morning, that's when I saw the New York article about a leak of what you're mentioning just then as well. So that kind of made sense with the article that came out from Danilov yesterday. So I haven't actually seen the New York Times or Post or whatever article, so I don't know kind of what kind of intelligence was leaked and whether it was like really important or what. So any thoughts on that, or shouldn't we talk about it?
I'll tell you what I've seen. I didn't look exactly deeply into it because I don't particularly care. But the first thing that I saw last night, I saw what I now understand are photoshopped bits of the original, and I thought, that doesn't look right. Those numbers are completely off. Somebody must be taking the mick. Maybe some enterprising Russian went and wrote it all up himself. And that's why they say that Russians only lost 600 pieces of equipment, and then like 6,000 personnel or something, which I found amusing. And then thought, okay, well, this is all nonsense. I don't have to pay attention to this anymore. But I understand now that it is a document which seemed to have been a leak, which has then been edited additionally, but by some folks on Telegram. I don't know if it's authentic. I'm not sure if it looks authentic. There's some bits that I won't flag explicitly that make me think, even in the allegedly unedited one, that I'm not so sure if this is true. But other than that, I don't know what else really there is to say there.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it just creates more fog of war and more fog of where this offensive is going to be. So the Russians chasing their tail, they think they may have something, but actually haven't. That's why I hope it comes from it anyway.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll drop down there and start driving again. Cheers, Dan.
Cheers, Shaggy. My real question is: did they have one tail, or did they have more like 7 or 9?
Oh, well, they have multiple heads. Yeah, I mean they're beastie. They're beastie anyway. So terrible. Yeah, we'll have to look into that. I don't really care either. I'm pretty sure you don't care how many tails they've got. I just hope they're just going to go around like headless chickens, literally.
And I need to publicly apologize to Chris in case I have, caused any traumatic flashbacks right now. Apologies for that, Chris. Oh, Chris.
I just heard chickens, and I wanted to confirm that the apparent chicken farm in Simferopol, chickens do not have secondary explosions generally. So it was definitely a ammo warehouse by the sounds of things. Just wanted to point that out, as chickens were mentioned.
How do you know what's in them eggs?
They don't pop like that, I can assure you.
Maybe they've been fed lots of corn? No, but seriously, what was this chicken farm in Simferopol? I think I missed the original one.
This was overnight last night. There was a building on fire in Simferopol. Can't quite establish what happened as to how it was on fire, but there was definitely explosions, and there were a number of videos, one of which you could just hear pop, 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 pop all the time, all the way through it. There was definitely secondary incendiary going off, and apparently it was then listed as being oh no.
Not even a critical mass of chickens, no.
Klaus.
Thank you. I don't have any contributions to the chicken farm, but I was when I looked at all these nice people in the space, I was a bit confused this morning when Shaggy was a different Shaggy. So that got me a bit. What can I say? It's kind of nice space, but got me real confused. So I tend to connect the icon on the profile picture to a voice, and these two are definitely very different. Thank you.
That happens sometimes. That happens sometimes. Sometimes it's a right thermonuclear Shaggy or whatever the other one is. Thank you, Klaus. Chris, I hope I didn't traumatize you overly earlier.
Sorry, Doman, I missed what the traumatizing factor was. Did you say Exocet or something again?
No, I didn't actually, Chris. No, it was a more personal one. I said, do Russians only have one tail, or do they have more like 7 or 9?
Oh, I see.
I think you'd agree they deserve the 9.
Definitely. 9 tails.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've only got 5 tails here. Well, actually, if you count the cats, then I've got 8 tails. Yeah. If you count the fish tails, then I've got a lot more.
No, we'll accept only Malamute tail and cat tail.
I forgot the horse tails, of course, as well. But anyway,
all them too. What the hell? Throw them in. A couple of pigs, maybe.
Anyway,
You do.
Chris is running a petting zoo, is what we've learned.
Let's not go down that road.
Chris, just clarify for me, how many Malamutes do you have?
5.
And what possessed you exactly to have 5 Alaskan dogs you're in Midland somewhere, yeah?
Well, you must know, you must realize that it was probably nothing to do with me, right? That my pre-pandemic, my daughter was showing Malamutes. At that point, she had 2, and then the mummy Malamute had a litter, and she couldn't bear to part with. Well, she could bear to part with some, but not 3, which I understand. So yeah, so that's how we've got 5. Yeah, and obviously we did have 6 until last year. Unfortunately, we lost one last year. She died, but yeah, so we definitely have a sledge. We have a sledge's worth.
I will say, Chris, I don't think you can fit many Malamutes inside of a liter, even if they're just the baby ones. I think she's had many liters worth of Malamutes. No, liter. No, okay.
Kill the liters of Malamutes.
Indeed, definitely. No, but well, do you know why in Britain milk comes in pints
Instead of liters?
because the liters are full of rubbish. Okay, there we go. I think Chris has had enough of my nonsense. Shaggy, please jump in.
Yeah, can we have you back, please, for the dad jokes, or at least to give you some lessons there, Damon? Anyway, I changed my icon back to my original one. This is if you can see my big fella, my shaggy fella. This is my original icon. I changed it for a couple of weeks for a sponsored thing out. That's when I had Zelensky and me on a bench waving away to Putin on his way to The Hague. Occasionally I'll come up, I'll forget which account I'm on, and I might come up as somebody else. You'll never see me as my Vatnik account, because I'll never come in here with that. That's for your eyes only, and it's not for your eyes. when I go off and do my work, as it were. So yeah, so back to the original shaggy fella icon for a while, until somebody delves into my pocket to extract some more funds for a Ukrainian charity in the future. That's just to explain the icon. Thanks.
Thank you, Shaggy. Do we have Chris back? Did Chris tire of my jokes but want to come back anyway?
No, I just pressed the wrong button. That's all, Damon. But I was just going to say, I'm assuming that Mockers has seen the Tuvan horses that have been apparently sold to Russia, has she? So that we've gained. Nay. Okay. Well, the Tuvan horses are on their way. 3,000 Tuvan horses, poor devils. Yeah. So we're gonna have horse and trailer versus space tank and laser sooner than we think.
Mockers?
That's just beautiful. It amuses me greatly. Something else which amused me greatly this morning is Russian state TV. The TV hosts openly talking about a third collapse of Russia. We know state-sanctioned TV only says what they're supposed to say. So yeah, no panic, apparently. No panic going in. Also, they call it a war all the way through the segment. They pretty much say that well, I'm just waiting for the subtitles. Come on. Here in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Yekaterinburg, and Vladivostok, they've already sort of got used to the idea that they're going to collapse. They're going to have lots of terrorist acts, and the response is we should end everything. We should end this military adventure ASAP. End it, and this will stop. Well, I kind of like those words. What do you think?
Well, I think they're going to get 5 years of peace if they said the word war.
And Mockers, for once, I agree with the general sentiment. I just feel bad for Novosibirsk. Because even though it's bigger than Ekaterinburg, it always gets skipped over. No,
I'm sure they must be really teased about it.
but on a serious point, right? I think that's exactly right. I think there's space now for them to just, quit it, and they'd be much better off for it. And if they were to come around to that'd be good for everyone, really, pretty much everyone. So if they were to be so inclined, I would be very happy with that. I don't think they will be, but I would be very happy with that.
Do you think they're laying the groundwork for Hearts and Minds?
Hearts, minds, sweetbreads, all manner of things.
Well,
Either way, it should be right up.
Yeah, and I mean the other thing you see in seriousness around the occupied cities, Mariupol, Melitopol, is it seems dumb and that they are in fact. Well, I mean, they're basically taking over businesses and apartments that were and housing of all sorts that were occupied by Ukrainians before under these laws of abandonment that exist. And so it looks like they're basically trying to set themselves up. If they can find a pretext for calling whatever the event of the day is, that's it. That's what we did. That's our win. And we can stop now and then sue for peace on the basis of holding the occupied lands that they have in Luhansk and Donetsk, then they're basically set up. Look, see, we've already got all these Russians here. Apparently 40,000 people from Russia have immigrated to Mariupol in the last several months. They've shown the new apartments they're building for them, and they're taking over businesses. So they're trying to entrench themselves as fast as they can, so that they have, quote, whatever trumped up justification they think they can get to say, well, these are Russian businesses, so they can't be taken back away in Russian homes from these people.
Exactly, it's a part of the population transfer, right? Get Ukrainians out, and then population replacement in, coming from the depths of Russia, nice and brainwashed, saying, no, this has been. These are the prime colonists, right? Mockers?
Yeah, I was just going to add that the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK government had something to say about it. They issued a statement yesterday showing areas that Russia has seized businesses with a statement. Russia has seized and taken over more than 1,000 Ukrainian businesses as part of Putin's war. The Kremlin claims this is liberation. It is theft. Now, I don't think you can get a more sure statement than that. I'm liking the UK government's approach to this. Nice, honest statement there.
Let's come back to that. We have a couple of hands up. Let's go through those, and let's get back to that because I need to find a source real quick. Then John?
Yeah, there was another piece of, another talking point. I don't know if it was last night or the night before, how scared they are now about the Finnish army. They were specifying that they could field 1 million men and 1 million bayonets. And it's a big threat. and this actually might be real fear. Now we have emboldened Finns to be concerned about. I think that's what they're saying.
Did they name the number of snipers? Because nothing scares Russians more than a Finnish sniper.
Oh no, they're just on the bayonets. But yeah, maybe that's for tonight's show. Who knows?
I'm not sure they'd especially bother with bayonets right now, would they? I'm sure they've got some much more up-to-date stuff.
No, but it's actually this came up, almost as a top headline in Swedish press, so it's quite amusing.
Yeah, I think you're much more secure now from everything than John. But a Kadyrova submarine, but that you're safe about that until December when the goats are back up. And minks, of course, the mink invasion in the waters around Scotland. That other than that, I think you're probably fine.
Honestly, I think we're fine anyway. You must have seen the message from our king.
I haven't. What did he say?
No, he's just standing in front of the Gripen, and then he asked, "Should we release them?" I thought it's a meme. Don't know. You can have a look.
Oh, nice. Very good. Well, I'm glad for that, then. I'm glad for that. Chris.
I knew you were going to do that, Doman. As soon as I put my toasted tea cake into my mouth, I knew you were going to say, Chris. Yeah. I was going to say, John, I think actually there is something scarier than Finnish snipers. That is Ukrainian female snipers. If I'm not mistaken, Ukrainian female snipers are pretty legendary. So you could argue that one out if you like. My other thought has been those big screens that they're putting up on on the Belarusian border. I'm wondering how they would work on the Russian border. Do you think they would? Do you think the Russians would enjoy watching them?
Was it for me, Chris? If so, I'm not aware of the screens.
So I can explain in that case. So on the Belarusian border with Ukraine, Ukrainians put a bunch of big screens up, showing the atrocities of Bucha committed by the Russians and possibly Belarusian, certainly with Belarusian enabling, right, to let them through. So that's why that's what Chris is referring to. Chris, you know what? I reckon part of the problem is, first of all, the Russian-Ukrainian border is much hotter than you might think. There's quite a bit of mortars and shelling going back and forth. The same isn't happening across Belarus. So I fear that if they were to put screens up, they would just be destroyed by mortar fire within minutes, at most hours. The other part being, I think they're putting them up in bits of the Ukrainian-Belarusian border where there's quite a few Belarusians, living fairly close to it. Whereas the Russian distribution of population is quite different, and there just aren't that many places very close to the on the Russian side of the Russian-Ukrainian border where Ukraine has control, where there's a whole lot of people living. So you wouldn't really be showing it to terribly many people. Plus, let's just remind ourselves of the very different, let's say, mentality. Let's call it mentality. I think that's not overly incendiary, of Belarusians and Russians, and a lot of that stems from history, but a lot of that really stems from messaging, and a lot of that stems from the domestic-oriented propaganda, the inward-oriented propaganda that each of these nations have been facing, right? And while the Russians have been fed, oh, imperial greatness, Russia the best, #1 in the world, or maybe #2, but should be #1, and we should go and expand to the greatest extent of Peter's and Catherine's empires. Belarusian inward-facing propaganda is just very different, and they were forever fed kind of, which is very ironic for a country run by the same potato farmer for these many decades, with a particularly repressive secret police, let's say, right? But they've been kind of fed a message of pacifism, and they've not maybe pacifism, but certainly quaintness and calmness and restraint from violence. And a part of what Lukashenko's marketing plan for himself, among his people, was for a long time was, look, we keep everything nice and steady and quiet and unchanging, almost in a slightly Salazarist way, almost in a slightly Salazarist way. This is interesting. Actually, I've not thought of this before. I've never thought before of comparing Lukashenko to Antonio Salazar, but I will now. It's not a very good comparison, and I've just thought of it, so don't come after me for it. But he likes to kind of stop the place and time, and even push it back into the past, more deeply into the past. Now, obviously, it's a very different past. He's not very Catholic. He's not particularly concerned with Reformation, unlike Salazar. Obviously, he's much more pro-Soviet, pro-communist than Salazar ever could be. But in a way, this radical say exactly where everything was, no more changes. This arrested in space and time, crucially in time, Belarus that Lukashenko praises. This is in a sense Salazarist, I think, in a way. It's quite a strange metaphor at this point, I'm realizing. But nevertheless, right, Chris? So to show Belarusians these violent atrocities, which Russians might celebrate, the Belarusians might balk at. And I think that is the key difference. It's a very different demographic to be addressing, Chris. What do you reckon?
Well, you've given me an idea. When you said Salazar, it made me think of Shoshalar. Does that mean anything to you, Shoshalar?
No, Chris. I don't
You
know.
You don't watch. You don't really watch films and stuff like that, do you? So you won't have watched the Inglorious Bastards.
No.
Ah, okay. So basically, what Shoshalar does in the Inglorious Bastards is that she runs a cinema. She's a Jew that escaped the Germans, but she runs a cinema, and they want to do a big propaganda thing in her cinema, which obviously she's a bit shocked at, because she's a bit, she's a Jew, and B, she's trying to hide from the Germans, and now they want to hold a big propaganda film with Goebbels and everybody in her cinema. Anyway, she devises a cunning plan that there will indeed be a fabulous propaganda film. Oh, which actually, just to connect it to snipers, which actually is about some famous German sniper that shot hundreds and hundreds of our wonderful boys in the Second World War. But anyway, yeah. So that there's a connection with sniper there. But anyway, so she indeed hosts this propaganda movie, and then but she plots basically that what she's going to do is lock all the Germans in, and then like the old film, what do they call it? Yeah, the old film, the movie film, and that apparently that stuff goes up. If you put a match to it, it goes up like it burns really well.
Nitrocellulose.
Like nitrocellulose.
I missed that. There was too many suggestions on that. What?
It's nice
Acetated.
cellulose. Yeah, it goes up great.
Yeah. Okay. That stuff. Anyway, so any of you that will have seen this film and that will remember the delightful sight of that. Yes, and then then the Inglorious Bar Stewards also is put big digital screens on the Russian border, right? Tell the Russians that there's going to be a film on, and then they'll all turn up like the American movies in their cars to see the film. But halfway through, and this is what happened with Shoshalar, halfway through, suddenly the film will turn from whatever it is, Russians' favorite film, to the gory details of what's gone on in Ukraine. There you are, problem solved.
We went from Salazarist comparison, or the Salazarist interpretation of the Lukashenko regime, to what was it?
Quentin Tarantino film.
Yeah, see, we went from me losing everyone to everybody else losing me.
So, and then I was processing a request and right on to me muting everyone.
It serves you right anyway, Doman. If for once you were lost.
Chris, I need to ask you something real quick. Eddie the Eagle, is this something that you'd think that every adult Brit would be familiar with?
Sorry, run that past me again.
Eddie the Eagle, Chris.
Oh God, Doman, don't mention Eddie the Eagle.
Okay,
oh,
but no. Just a question, Chris. Would you expect every adult British person to be at least vaguely familiar with Eddie the Eagle?
Yeah, I've got to tell you at this point, Doman, I've got to swing the lantern a bit and tell you a dit, right? That with one of my companies and that we did a corporate event for our clients, and we always like to have a bit of fun with our clients and that. So we hired the Snowdome, and we also hired Eddie the Eagle. So our clients were taught to ski in the Snowdome by Eddie the Eagle, and they got a certificate saying so. So there's probably about 100 clients out there with a certificate saying, "I was taught to ski by Eddie the Eagle."
And Chris, all of them knew who Eddie the Eagle was beforehand, right? Every single one of them.
What? Say again.
Every single one of them knew who Eddie the Eagle was before they showed up.
For sure.
Okay, good. See, mockers, I think we've done this end of Scooby-Doo thing with the mask off for Tim well and thoroughly.
Who doesn't Tim know? He doesn't know Scooby-Doo or Eddie the Eagle?
No, Tim doesn't know Eddie the Eagle, or didn't until a couple of hours ago. And
You're joking.
I have strong suspicions that this, alleged Welshman is actually a foreign spy. We'll see, but I think it's just unbelievable, really, frankly. Anyway,
with Doman, to be fair, I reckon probably both you and Tim are so far too well read to immerse yourself in popular culture where you get some of this stuff. Some of it would have to go missing.
But there's levels to it. Well, there's levels there. This is a step too far. Anyway, let's dispense with this. We shall nail Tim to a cross later some more. But I see that we're joined by Colonel Jeff. Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning. How you doing?
We're doing pretty well. We found one spy in our midst already today, so that's pretty effective.
I like it. Hey, Doman, I know you're always really busy and stuff like that, and you don't have a lot of time. But I'm curious because what Chris brought up a little bit earlier about going to the drive-in, right? So this is something that the United States military has been doing for quite a long time, and the reason I say I think you're busy is if you've read my second book, which is called Balkan Reprisal, in that book there's a very, very long section about the employment of an airplane called the EC-130J Commando Solo. Are you familiar with that airplane?
Love it.
Is it like a C-130, but instead of A for artillery, it's E for electronic warfare?
Kind of. It's actually out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I think they just retired them, which is really unfortunate because they've gone more digital. But the idea
It's very
was,
close to 3 Mile Island.
yeah, they're out of Harrisburg. They were assigned to Special Operations Command, even though they were Harrisburg National Guard. And they had a handful of airplanes, very, very specially modified. And they were basically flying radio stations and flying TV stations. Right? So basically, they did psychological warfare.
Interesting. Tell us more, Colonel, of what is in the public domain.
Have you read my book?
No, I'm sorry, Colonel. I'll do it after Ukraine wins. Once Ukraine wins, I'll go read your book.
All right. So basically, they work with an organization called the Fourth POG. It's the Fourth Operational Psychological Operations Group. And that unit basically crafts psychological warfare messages, information operations, if you will, for the battle space, for a targeted audience. So what Chris is saying is not so far from what is reality.
So what would one of these broadcast, Colonel? What kind of thing would it broadcast? Would it broadcast, images of America the beautiful, with its mountains and rivers and canyons? And honestly, this is one of the things, Colonel. When the first few times that I went to the US, I was really stunned by just the scale and the grandeur of some of the natural features, much more so than everything else. That was the bit that I really wasn't quite expecting.
Yeah, so let's use some examples that are actually out in the open, right? So because that way I don't go to jail. But
sounds like a good idea. Although I hear Austrian jail's fine.
Yeah,
really.
yeah. So let's talk about, let's say we know that that these guys flew in Afghanistan, right? So the first thing you have to figure out is what is the medium that the audience uses. I mean, you just said, do you broadcast images and pictures? Well, the truth of the matter, few people had TVs. Most of them have radios, and they listen to radios, right? So you're gonna broadcast radio transmissions, right? Because that's what the audience wants to hear. Now, if you started just pumping in 98 The Loop from Chicago and just started playing rock and roll, nobody's gonna listen. Right?
Well, no, because music's forbidden.
This is back after we had defeated we wanted to defeat the Taliban, right? And there's a lot of things that are forbidden in the Arabic culture, in the Taliban culture.
Oh, I thought like the first 2 days, right? Nobody would have dared listening to music because music's forbidden. That's what I meant. Oh, this is later on.
No, I'm talking about in their houses, right? In their houses, in the pleasure of their own home. I mean, dude, it always makes me laugh. What's forbidden? I mean, dude, pornography is forbidden in Pakistan, and they're the #1 downloader in the world, right? So I always caution people with saying what's forbidden by the society, because it doesn't really necessarily ring true, right? So so basically, you would broadcast messages like typical Afghan songs, or basically notifications that are going on in and around the region. News from Kabul. Here's the weather. Everything that was realistic, right? And you would broadcast that for a couple hours, and then slowly you might say, "Oh, hey!" And then another piece of news: the United States government provided 300,000 meals to the provisional government that is attempting to stand up in Kabul. And people will go, "Oh, I like food, but that's kind of good," right? So it is an art in and of itself how these things are crafted. I can't go into too much more than that, right? But I mean that it truly is an art. It's quite impressive, and yeah, you'd be surprised if you watch the whole if you did. Now, in my book, again, not trying to flesh pedal, but I really go into a lot of detail on exactly how this would happen from a fictional perspective, right? So that way I don't get in trouble and I don't go to jail. But in Balkan Reprisal, the main effort, if you will, that actually counters the Serbian military is actually an info ops campaign out of the Commando Solo and electronic attack. So if when you read the book, you're going to be really kind of surprised because there are some unbelievable capabilities that our military has. These are true capabilities; they exist, right? And you can actually win a battle, arguably, without ever firing a shot, a kinetic shot, should I say, right? So yeah, it's a small plug for my book, but yeah, if you want to learn more about things like that, it's there.
So, Colonel, by the time these were flying, by the time the EC-130s were flying, I'm guessing that the air picture was a little bit more permissive by then than the AC-130s.
Are you talking about in Afghanistan?
Yes. Because yesterday we were saying
right?
the AC-130s actually surprisingly, yeah.
So I'll be careful in the way I say this, right? So when you broadcast radio or TV, it is not jamming, right? It's just a broadcast. So when you think about 4 turbofan engines with 4 generators on a C-130, you can get a lot of power. You don't have to be all that close, right? If you're just transmitting and someone just wants to receive. So yeah, you can do this from as it can go a long way. Just put it that way.
And actually, before we go to Chris, because I think Chris was going to enjoy this, because I want to hear a little bit more about this. You alluded to it. There's quite a lot of power on a big airplane that does sort of electronic-y things. How much of this power goes to flying the plane, and how much of the power goes to doing the electronic bits, powering the radars, the transmitters, etc.
So it kind of depends, right? I mean, if you have a modified C-130 and you have special generators on there that are going to consume a little bit more energy, then that that is what it is. But to be fair, at any given time under an emergency, a pilot actually can disengage the generators. If you lose 2 engines on the same wing, that's a really bad day, and you want every percentage of power that you can get out of that engine, out of those 2 engines, right? So you can disengage it. So that's really, really cool. And by the way, when people think that it can't happen, actually, if you go online and you do a search, an EC-130 from my unit actually had one of its propellers spool itself off in the air. The propeller went and hit the other propeller on the same wing and basically knocked the propeller out of its casing to where it was actually standing upright as if the airplane was trying to fly vertical. And both engines were gone on the same wing. And they landed that airplane. You can see pictures of it online. Not a fun day for that air crew, right? You look out and you see half your wing destroyed, an engine completely gone, and another one basically sitting upright, which is a monster amount of drag in the air. It's a really bad day. So yeah, it can happen, right? So, but these generators, and I think sometimes I think Doman, you were talking about it yesterday, right? There's a spool up time for jet engines. Was that you talking about that yesterday?
Yes, it was. I was just trying to put you at ease to give you context in the way that you're very familiar with.
Right. So what's really cool about turboprops or turbojet engines like the C-130, right, is that the jet engine part runs at 100% the entire time. right? So that's kind of cool. And you actually change your actual power rating
by tilting
changing,
the
only by
propeller.
changing the pitch of the props. So what's really cool is you have instantaneous power. So as soon as you change the pitch, you're getting power. So there is, for a C-130, there's no spool up time. It's really, really cool.
So
Now,
are you saying that a
go ahead.
turboprop drinks the same amount of fuel per minute regardless of how fast it's flying?
No, because you're actually putting more torque onto the engine from the mechanical perspective, not necessarily the jet part, right? Because at the end of the day, what you're doing is, as you change the pitch, you're forcing more air into the intake of the jet portion of the turbojet, right? So as you change the pitch and you're putting more torque onto the propeller system, you are going to consume more energy, right? Because the propeller, when it spins, it wants to spin nice and neatly. It doesn't want to slice into the air. And the harder you make it slice into the air, the harder it has to work. The jet engine, which is also spinning the propeller, keeps spinning at 100%. Now you're just putting more stress on the shaft, right? And then you get instantaneous power. Does that make sense?
100%, Colonel. 100%.
Yeah. Now the shitty thing, the funny thing about the old C-130s is right, you can over torque. So I think the J models actually kind of fixed it where you can't do that. So that's why the flight engineer sits between the two pilots, right? So every time the aircraft commander kind of reaches down and wants to touch the throttles, the flight engineer usually just kind of sits back and lets him. Every time the co-pilot reaches down, the flight engineer wakes up and tries to grab his hand and go, "What are you doing? Whoa, 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 whoa! Hey!" Right? So there's a learning curve in the airplane to go from the right seat to the left seat.
Oh, that's tremendous. Thank you, Colonel. Chris?
Yeah, well, Colonel Jeff, it's better than sex, really. This, isn't it? All of this tech stuff that you keep giving us. So much so that I've lost my train of thought, because then you made me think about, like somebody sat between the pilots, like giving them a good old slapping if they do the wrong thing. But anyway, what I was going to say was, it's very interesting. This, I mean, I assume that would the aeroplanes that would send out the radio or TV or whatever it is signals, I presume they'd be in danger of being shot down at the minute. But when you answer that'll be interesting. But what I was thinking was that the timing is absolutely great at the minute, isn't it? Now would be the time to really hit the Russian population with the truth, as it were.
Have you ever heard of Radio Free Europe?
I sure have.
I mean, all these things are the same. I mean, everyone kind of thinks it's voodoo magic and I'm releasing classified, but the truth of the matter is both sides do this. I mean, we have folks that are on this site a lot that live in Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania. And as you get closer to the border with Russia, they will tell you that there are massive transmission lines or transmission towers that are trying to force information, right, into Lithuania and Latvia, and the Russians still believe that they can actually, change the hearts and minds of Lithuanians, Latvians, and Estonians to come back to the dark side, right? It's Luke, I'm your father, kind of stuff, right? And that's comical, right? But there's a lot of psychologists that have spent a lot of time figuring out how you change someone's minds and thoughts and perceptions on things, and it's a fascinating world, right? I mean, I don't really. I'm in this case, I'm really not trying to push my book so much from hey, go please buy my book, but I had an intelligence officer who was a really, really good friend of mine. He's probably the smartest intelligence officer I ever met, and his call sign was Monk. And I worked with Monk a couple times, and he was brilliant, right? And he had some experience with the fourth POG, and it was just fascinating to hear his stories about some of the things that were done. And to be fair, Monk's one of the characters that actually goes down to the fourth POG from he's directed down by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to go down and build this, covert mission with them. and it's fascinating, right? And one of my characters is she's the wife of the Navy SEAL that's going in to do all this stuff, and she's a press reporter. And Monk, realizing she's in the press, starts leveraging her access to mainstream media, right? So he starts feeding her information to release and say, hey, I'm a spokesperson for the US Air Force, right? Here's a story if you want it. And she's like, is it true? And he's like, define true, right? Right. So there, I mean, there's a lot of people who like my book. I'm really, really grateful. It's got a phenomenal rating on Amazon, but these things actually are really true. My tagline always is it's as real as fiction is ever going to get. And I hope people like the book. It's really cool.
Chris?
Yeah. Well, I think, Colonel Jeff, we'll have to get you into the security and cybersecurity show. We'll have to give you a little booth where you can do a book signing. So, and I'm just curious, are you formulating in your head any new books with regard to the invasion of Ukraine?
It's already written. It's actually called Russian Puppeteer. It's a continuation of the Curtain Over thriller series, and it's basically a subversion plot of how Russia believes that it can pull the puppet strings of the United States and NATO through information operations and cyber warfare, and basically they get it. I don't want to go into too much detail, but it doesn't work. It somewhat backfires on them, right? So Russian Puppeteer will be out, I want to say sometime this fall. It's right now, it's in heavy edit. It's been approved actually by the Defense Department. All of my books have to go through security review from the Defense Department to make sure that I'm not leaking classified. They've only come back on one of my books actually and said that I couldn't write one thing, so that's not too bad. So, and I've got well over 2,000 pages of text written, so that's good. And let's see what else did I want to say. Oh, and I'm sorry that Chris, I meant to tell you. So book 3, The Afghan Ghosts, which is based on a rapid and expeditious pullout of Afghanistan by the United States government, has left some service members, to include my protagonist, Curtin Over, a little dejected and feel like he let down some people. And there's some ghosts back in Afghanistan that he has to deal with. And the only way he can do that is go back. So that book actually comes out on the 18th of this month. It's available for pre-order on, so I appreciate your pitch, by the way, on this. It's available for pre-order on Amazon. If you like Kindle, if you're a Kindle person, you can order it right now. But if you're a hard copy or a paperback kind of guy, all those books will be available in all formats on the 18th. And I'll be talking a lot about it on The Dish with Fish, which will be my next episode on the 18th. So we'll be having a good talk on it on the 18th.
So September, Colonel, September, that would be a good time for you to do your book launch in London, right?
It would actually. I was trying to actually line up this book launch with I'm speaking at the Association of Old Crows Europe symposium in Bonn, Germany in May. But I had to kind of speed up my my release of Afghan Ghost because evidently the plot line is a very popular plot line right now, and there's actually a few movies that are coming out over the next 4 months. One of them's coming out actually later this month, called The Covenant. So the whole idea that service members are going to go back and face their demons in Afghanistan is a common theme, and rightly so. I mean, it is a place that has scarred and haunted many service members, and not just Americans. I mean, it was a coalition. So there's a lot of my brothers and sisters in arms that are walking around Afghanistan that carry the same burden. I'm sorry, in Europe, excuse me.
Well, as you'll agree, Colonel Jeff, Afghanistan has been, a rather embarrassing place for lots of armies over many centuries, right?
Yeah, it's the Empire Graveyard, right? I mean, that's a great book if you've not read it. Afghanistan, the Empire Graveyard is phenomenal. It is literally drained empires to their core.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I shall weave your book launch into the Ukrainian pavilion at that show.
Yeah, if you want to DM me and send me some more information, if you want a guest speaker or if you want to do that in person, let me know and maybe we can work on that. I'm a member actually of the Victory Services Club, so I go to London quite often, and I love staying in that hotel. It's absolutely beautiful down there by Marble Arch. So yeah, we can talk offline.
So am I a member of the Victory Services Club.
Look at
So there you go.
Actually, you know what? I don't want to make this a huge diatribe, but I wrote them and I wanted to come back and I want to come there and actually do a book signing with them. But I haven't heard back from the PR folks, so it's a little hard for me to get to the club, unfortunately, because I'm in Austria. But if you next time you're in there eating the morning English breakfast, which is freaking ridiculously good, please, if you could help me and communicate to them, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I've got. I'm going to be DMing you some stuff. We're just waiting for some stuff to come in and that, but I'm going to be doing that. And certainly, if I haven't been down actually to London for ages, but you know how good value the Victory Services Club is, right? In total for staying in London and that. So yeah, so it was my go-to place to stay and have breakfast, as you say.
It is. It's unbelievable. It's a great thing. It's a great gift from the British people to their service members and their veterans, because they deserve it, right? It's phenomenal. I love to see countries that take care of their veterans. I love to see that Ukraine is starting to step up and doing the same thing. They've got a lot of veterans that need a lot of help, and I'm going to be a part of that in about 3 more months. I'm going to be a part of that. I just need I need a proof of concept, and I'll be there. We've got a nonprofit starting up here called Shelter to Service, and it's 1 mission, 2 second chances is kind of our theme, and the idea is to find shelter dogs in and around Eastern Europe that have been abandoned. Find the right ones. We can't do everyone, unfortunately, but find some that fit the mold of actually becoming a service dog. We're going to pay for the training, and then we're going to work with the Ukrainian government to get a list of veterans and soldiers who qualify for disabilities that require service dogs, and we're going to start giving them to them. And I think that's there's a lot of hurdles to overcome in this. We're still got a proof of concept that we got to do, but we're moving forward, and it's a good thing.
Well, yeah, okay, that's another thing then, which I'll put in the DMs and that. But so I have a very good friend and that who's out there rescuing dogs, cats, and for all I know, beavers as well. But he's busy out there doing that and has been basically since the start of the war. So yeah, that's obviously that's a cause very close to my heart. There's a number of.
Now we know, Chris, why you have such a menagerie yourself.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, probably. Yeah. What you made me think of something. Yeah, there's a number of like ex-military organisations here in the UK that you should be aware of. I'll try and put that on the list of stuff to tell you about.
Excellent. I think you two will have lots to talk about, whether over the internet or over a breakfast at the club. Right, Colonel, I've got an Air Force question for you. So a couple of days ago, the Ukrainian Air Force Twitter account posted an image of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Missile, as I termed it, but really it was some sort of an IR missile, apparently KH-25, which had a little cover, a little red cover over the IR seeker thing. So I'm curious, Colonel, why do you think they posted that now, seeing that this is very much a Soviet munition?
Sorry, I'm getting slaughtered by DMs right now. Can you say it one more time?
Did you see a couple of days ago, the Ukrainian Air Force Twitter account posted an image of a missile with a red nose, which I termed Rudolph the Red-Nosed Missile before I knew that it was a KH-25. I don't know what it is. Let me Google this.
Yeah, we chatted about that a little bit. I'm like, hey, dude, I've compared it to the standard air-to-air missiles that we normally see. I don't see a match. And then you came back and said, never mind. So
yeah, it's an air-to-surface missile. This one. IR guided, at least possibly. You call it the AS-10 Karen, So it's not Rudolph the red-nosed missile, it's Karen, the occasionally red-nosed missile. So my question:
everything starts with a K with the air-to-ground ones, right?
I guess so. You tell me. I find that these NATO designations on top of it are kind of superfluous because there's already a name for it. Why just not use the name? I guess you didn't get to know the name back in the day, but now we know the name of all the Russian stuff because the Russians tell everyone. So we'll just use the Russian names. But really, what I'm curious about is why would the Ukrainians be showing that off now, seeing that this is something that was developed in early 80s, maybe 70s, something like that? What do you reckon is the significance of showing this off now?
I think that it's basically there's some modification that they've done to it, and I don't know what it is, but they're obviously proud of it. I don't know if it's an increase in range. I mean, right now that's from a strategic perspective, that's Ukraine's biggest weakness, right? They're being outranged by the Russians. So if they can actually find things that has longer range, that's phenomenal. But NATO has their designators because NATO does. The one that always made me laugh was the AS4, which was the kitchen. So we always joked and said, man, the Russians are throwing everything at us, including the kitchen sink. So it was always a funny joke. That's how we remember the AS4.
Yeah, that one can really cook your bouillabaisse, can't it?
Maybe we should call Chef Zenya the CZ4 kitchen, and he's our secret weapon, NATO designator as the cook for all the guys on the front line. He's the CZ4 kitchen.
That sounds awfully Czech to me, Colonel.
Or am I reaching too far?
The CZ being the designation for the Czech Republic. I think AS. What's AS? .as. Doesn't American Samoa use .as on the internet?
I don't know. Maybe.
I'll have a quick look at that. AS. Yes, American Samoa. It is indeed American Samoa for AS.
It's also air to surface.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Except those are called AGMs usually, right?
So I'm gonna throw a curveball at you here, Doman. What do you think AA stands for?
Alcoholics Anonymous?
Right. And
air to air?
There you go. See, that all makes sense, man. That's why NATO has their designators.
So are you saying that your best guess is that the Ukrainians did something to the missiles and made them better? And they're saying, yeah, watch out, Russia. Watch out.
Shall I just go, considering I've got my hand up and I can't hear anyone else?
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I was mic off. Sorry. Yeah, I was talking for a long time. So here's the thing, right? I don't know if the missile's an exact match. I'd have to look because I think that there might be some blisters on the missile, like some protrusions, especially the one that kind of kicks out underneath. If you look, there's one there. I'm not sure if that was on the original one. It very well could have been. But what I find fascinating is why the red? Why put the red nose if you're going to talk about something that's new? Then take off the seeker protector, right? Like I don't know, maybe it's got some kind of newfangled seeker or seeker upgrade, and that would be cool, right? If you can see that, but it's not like you needed to keep the the red cover removed before flight on it if you're going to take a picture and brag about it. So yeah, something weird's going on, man.
But could it be to not reveal too much? Can something be visually, identified? If it didn't have the cover on, could you look at it and say, aha, that's different, that's the improvement, that's the change, that's the capability, just visually? Is that why maybe?
Sure, I could look at it and see if it's actually electro-optic or IR, or if it's still if it's a laser reticle. You can get all those types of you can gain some more insight from that kind of stuff. And there's really good intel guys out there like John Ridge. You can go, oh hey, yeah, that's the part that comes from Raytheon that goes on the blah blah blah. I mean, these guys are freaking ridiculous, right? I think that they eat, breathe, live, and sleep the defense industry world. So yeah, I think that's true.
All right, that makes sense then. Maybe that's why, right? Maybe that's why they thought that'd be a worthwhile change for them to make.
I think you're talking into a closed mic again.
Ay, God dang it. I'm trying to do too many things. Hey, by the way, Doman, there was one thing that actually concerned me that came out of the news, in the news, and I'm actually being serious with you about Ukraine yesterday. And I don't know if you saw it. Did you see the news where I think it was the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense spokesperson said that there's 5 or less people in the entire world that know when the Ukrainians are going to launch their counteroffensive. Did you see that?
I did. It's a good thing, I guess, right?
No, that's a horrible thing, actually.
Why?
I pray to God that he's lying. I pray to God that the number's closer to about 30, because you need logistics officers all the way down the chain to have an idea of when this is happening so they can prepare, right? You need to give your operators, at least the commanders, a chance to actually play the scenario out in their mind numerous times so it becomes second nature. And I'm not talking all the way down to the private first class. I'm talking about your battalion commanders, and I'm talking about your brigade commanders, and they need to have these are guys you have to trust. But just springing it on them and saying, dude, we're going to go, is a horrible plan, right? And I would tell you that I think that the counteroffensive, look, if the counteroffensive was a month and a half away and only 5 guys knew about it, I'm going to be fine. That's great, right? A month and a half is more than enough time to prepare. But the notion that the counteroffensive is going to be happening within the next 2 weeks and only 5 people know about it, probably not the best answer in the world from a military perspective.
Could it be a question of how much detail they know, right? If they know vaguely that that week we're going versus the exact date, would that be all right if they knew what week they're going and then nobody knew the exact date except for the 5 people? I'm just trying to kind of understand the semantics that they used.
Yeah, I don't know. I pray to God that the guy was just bloviating and trying to grandstand a little bit and trying to say that, hey, this is really hush hush top secret, and just kind of went a little bit overboard and was a little overzealous. But yeah, I would tell you, if you asked, bring General Ben on and say, hey, sir, if a counteroffensive is going to happen in a week and a half and only 5 people in the entire Ukrainian military know about it, is that a good thing? I know what General Ben's going to say. Let me put it this way. I would put money that I think I know what General Ben's. I want to make money from this. So I think I know what he's going to say. he's going to say it in his General Ben way. He's going to say, no, that's dumber than dog shit.
Interesting. And maybe, do you reckon maybe this could have something to do with, knowing that there's that leak that the New York Times reported on late last night, and trying to kind of guard against it, or maybe say, well, it doesn't really matter that much. It's not that big a deal.
I actually taught I was a guest lecturer for a class last night, and one of the things we talked about was what in a cybersecurity breach and information's leaked about the U.S. government or the Russian government, which one suffers a more catastrophic fate, right? And I kind of chuckled. I said, dude, you can leak information about the United States over and over again, and it's really, really, I mean, it does a little bit of damage, but it does nowhere near the damage that exists in Russia. And I'll tell you why, right? We have a thing called the FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, where as long you can ask the U.S. government, you can submit an official request for any government document. You have to be a U.S. citizen and you have to pay U.S. taxes, right? But you can ask for any document as long as it A, does not jeopardize national security, and B, does not release any personal identifying information. So whatever you ask for, there's a process. It goes a couple of weeks, and then someone blacks it out, goes through and gets rid of all the classified and all the names, and then you receive a document, right? And so to think that the United States Pentagon had come up with a plan that would help Ukraine is not a shock, because that's what the Pentagon does. It just comes up with tons of plans. There's 25,000 people that work in the Pentagon, probably 30,000 by now, right? Because the thing just keeps growing. It's like the government, it doesn't shrink. So yeah, some general went out there and said, hey, I want you to come up with a course of action in which the United States government helps. Okay, great, awesome, right? I don't think Russia has a Freedom of Information Act. I don't think that, and I would tell you that government is extremely non-transparent, right? So every time they have a leak, it's far more damaging, other than for the fact that, Putin tells everyone this means nothing and they all believe him. No, they all publicly believe him. I think they know the difference, right? So yeah, the New York Times article is really, it's kind of funny. I was chatting offline with Fred, the Lieutenant Colonel, or Fred Hoffman, right? And we were both laughing, and he posted out a tweet and said, it's obviously not only a leak documented, but it's a manipulated document, because the number of Russian dead is far lower than the actual number, right? It's like the Russians got it and said, well, we don't want people to really know how many dead we have, so we're gonna take a zero off the back of that. And I mean, I'm guessing speculating what the number is, but clearly it's not only a compromised document from a cyber perspective, it's also doctored.
I'll butt in, shall I?
Yeah, but I think we lost Kerno again. This might be a phone call, might be an errant mute button, who knows?
Fair enough. I did see something which I thought was quite amusing, and I thought I would bring it to you.
Yes, please.
Excellent. Well, obviously we know about the very awkward moment at this ceremony with the new ambassadors, 17 new ambassadors, and the fact that they didn't applaud him, they left him standing there very awkwardly, and the fact that when he left, he sort of said, all the best. Very strange that he said that in English. But you can imagine that there's been a bit of criticism from the Mr. Strelkov, the Gherkin himself. And here's what he's got to say about the whole situation. So, the old Chekist wannabe was hoping to get a lot of applause after his speech in front of foreign ambassadors, but the diplomats turned out to be real and not FSB employees disguised to look like ambassadors. As an end result, that ensued silence. Comrade Mutin hinted at applause several times, which only brought up further embarrassment for them. This is what happens when you step into the real world and not your pre-prepared theatrics. I did like that. Ooh, just dig.
I like the phrase Czechist wannabe.
Oh yeah, he's not giving him much respect there, is he?
I mean, in a way, right? In a way, it kind of is. In a way, it kind of isn't. It's a very backhanded slight. Let's say it is definitely intended as a slight, because you can read the way it's written. But is it would if he hadn't included the wannabe, would it really be that much of a slight in Putin's mind? Maybe not. Maybe not. I think that's what makes it kind of interesting as well. Right, it's Cheka was no kind of the original Soviet secret police. I guess that's maybe the best way of putting it. The current version would be, well, for a while it was the KGB. Towards the end it was the KGB, but it had many different versions. Really, Second World War, the NKVD, right? All the same sort of thing. But Cheka, you know that Telegram channel, Mockers, that Chris Wiki gets a lot of stuff from. That's named after the Cheka, right? The Vicheka is named after that. So. Just a bit of context, but that's well put, well said. Yeah, of course, the real ambassadors, whatever country they wouldn't be bothering applauding to that. No point in that. No point at all. Fascinating, really. Let's see if we have Shaggy around already. Shaggy.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was just wondering if Mockers has seen the montage that's going around of Putin trying to shake hands with people, and that they all just, obviously because it's a montage of different ones, just don't shake his hand. There's about 15 or 20 people in it. Have you seen that one, Mockers?
I absolutely have, and the look on his face is priceless.
I love that montage video. Have you seen it, Doman?
I've not, but I can imagine people thinking, "Oh, just don't shake his hand. Just don't shake his hand. Don't ruin your future career options."
Yeah, Mockers, Doman, Mockers, introduce Doman to that video, Mockers. I'll go down again. I'm stuck in the middle of the street at the moment.
Yeah, I'll find that video. Next time it passes my eyes, I will send it to you, Doman. And you'll enjoy it as much as I did.
Excellent. Looking forward to it. Do you know what I've noticed? I've noticed, Mockers, on a completely separate topic. I've noticed that the daily Oryx updates of late of Russian equipment destroyed in Ukraine have been including ever more T-90s. And I went and checked, and I had a number in my mind that across the various types of T-90s, Oryx had documented some 40, maybe 45 T-90 tanks. And I went and looked, and it's more than that. It's very many more than that. It is now up to 60 T-90s across various types. And I remember that, back in the days where the first T-90M was documented destroyed. Now the 18 destroyed or captured T-90Ms. So yeah, that's it's well done, Ukraine. But also, goodness me, Russia is really going to be running out of the stuff that they've prepared to fight the Leopards and the Abrams and the Challengers before any of those actually start fighting. That will be very, very interesting.
No, it's all right. They've got them 1970s guns.
Even better, they have the T-54s. Yesterday, I think you probably saw it. Nick put up a picture of the comparison picture we're all very familiar with from, I think, somewhere in Iraq, of side by side a Challenger next to a T-54-55, right? I'm sure everybody remembers that. If you don't remember that, it is now up in the nest. It will be in about 30 seconds, and you can see just the size differential between the two of them. And you know what I really like about that picture, Marcus? You know what I really enjoy about that picture?
Mother and child.
Well, no, I enjoy knowing that even though the Challenger presents, a target at least 3 times as large because of its form factor, and the T-54, you think, how are you going to hit that at the distance? So small as it is. A Challenger will still reliably see, target, and destroy the T-54 at 3 kilometers, whereas the T-54 at 2 kilometers is probably going to miss the Challenger.
Lovely stuff.
Yeah,
And they also appear to have
the quick answer to that is, isn't it dumb when they say, how are you going to hit a T-55? You just say laser targeting, I guess.
Absolutely. I think 122 might want to tell us a little bit more about.
Yeah, we speak of tanks and who crops up. Please.
I'm disappointed in you, Doman. You know what's going to appear to kill the Leopards and the Challengers once the T-90s are done.
I know. It's the horse drone armata, yeah.
Yes, exactly. It's the Grandmaster 4D chess master plan of Putin.
That's why. Did you hear about the governor of Tula sending 3,000 horses? What do you think those horses are going to be used for?
Yeah, obviously. They're going to pull out the armatas, divided by 4 or 6 or whatever you need to, draw their armata, and here you go. We have unveiled their master plan. We're the new OSINT masterminds. We have revealed everything that Russia has to offer. CIA, please call us. We're readily available 24/7. No, all jokes aside, it's great that they're taking out the T-90 because that's one of the things that I see could be an actual. Everything's a threat, okay? Even you have to take a small tank, old tank. It's still a threat. It poses a certain amount of threat, of course. But T-90 is a real threat alongside, some of the ATGMs the Russians have, like the Kornet. It's a capable system. I just saw a video yesterday where Ukrainians took out a T-90 with a captured Kornet system. It's great that they're losing them and that they're starting to lose them in larger numbers, because it's going to minimize the damage that can be done against the Ukrainians. So that's good.
Yeah, and something that they did say was using Western tanks was like going from like a Lada to a Mercedes. And you can kind of see why, because they've got loads better armor, obviously, but also inside, I would imagine, is not quite so cramped, a little bit more modern and up to date. Go ahead.
Yeah, but just look at if you take a direct comparison to a car here, if you just look at, for example, the reverse speed on a modern Western tank compared to a Russian tank, it's almost like the Western tanks go as fast backwards as the Russian tank goes forwards. Not really, but almost. So just if you talk mobility terms, there's a huge difference there, which is just going to make a huge difference. How the Ukrainians will be able to move on the battlefield with these forces. And to anyone that doesn't know, one of the key things in modern warfare that either makes it that you live or that you die is actually your capability to move quick and fast, or sideways and everything. So yeah, it's one of the key components that's going to be a huge difference compared to the Russian tanks.
Will, did you want to come in on this?
Don't think he did. But I've got a question in that context. You know, when you do have, when you do say quick and fast, what is the actual like practical response time that you have in a tank? You know, how long does it take from? You know, okay, let me put it in these terms. You know those videos that tells you that show you, you know, this is how long it takes when you see a child running with after a ball into the road. This is how long it takes you to realize to brake, and then to brake, and then to actually stop and not run over the child, and how important it is for your speed to be appropriate to you know, an urban area driving, right? So how long is that in a tank? Because obviously, you know, the driver, I don't know how well the driver sees where they're going, and for the driver to actually, you know, step on the brake after the commander says, you know, step on the brake or go back or whatever it is. What's that kind of response time? Because that, you know, top speed is one thing, or speed is one thing, but acceleration is another. But actually getting the decision making done, how quick is that, and how much does being really in sync together with the whole crew, and well versed, how much does that affect it?
You know, I'm famous for my non-conclusive answers or direct answers, and you're not going to get a direct answer from me either. It's more along the lines you were talking about last year. If the crew is sort of, you know, drilled and they know what to do, they have, you know, gone through a lot of situations, the driver might actually take precautions to start reversing before even the commander gives the actual command, because, you know, experienced crews know what's going to happen. And that's also one of the things I'm talking about as a commander. What you want to do is you want to enable and enhance your crew's abilities to take the decision based on their capabilities. So let's just take it for example. You have stopped to shoot a target, and then you're going to regress from that area and get out. If you talk about, you know, the tank standing still, you need to move around 60-70 tons. So you shoot, and then it takes approximately, it depends a lot, but I would say around 4 to 5 seconds before the tank actually picks up a few kilometers in speed, and then it just goes faster. So we would say that when we shoot, we would want to reach the maximum reverse speed within 15 to 20 seconds. That was our main objective, and get off the position where we just shot from. Into the calculation, it's everything like that. But you can also take into account that if you have an experienced driver, if he's driving, he's going to take notes on, you know, what type of terrain there is. If he sees like, oh, that's a large stone, he's going to keep that stone in his, you know, like a memory reference bank. And until he drives X amount of hundreds of meters forward, he's not going to let that stone go from his mind. He's going to keep it there. And when he's far enough from it, there's not a actual threat for him anymore, he's going to let it go. It's called, I don't know the English word for it. It's called something. It's a skill that you learn. You know, it's like a Secret Service agent that walks into a bar. He scans the crowd, and he memorizes certain people with certain clothes, what might be a threat or not. It's sort of like the same thing that a driver does, and same goes with the gunner. He has the same procedure. So, but I would say if you shoot, then you have like 4 or 5 seconds until its tank actually starts, from that you put the gear in, and the tank starts to move in somewhat of a few kilometers an hour. And then 15 seconds later, you will be somewhat at, you know, getting closer to an accelerated speed, and 25-30 seconds you will actually, or should be, at your max capacity speed, if you have the right type of environment around the tank.
Thank you, 120. See that context. Then John.
Yeah, I think 122 answered everything. I mean, he's also got the hands-on experience. But I assumed that the driver would be able to take fairly good decisions, and also assuming that the commander is not looking at just the road in front, maybe making some plans ahead, and commands will be given, like in a rally. No, I'm just assuming, because I haven't done it in a rally car. I mean, the map reader is actually given like commands a couple of turns ahead. So yeah, but I think 122 said it all. So with facts, not speculations.
Yeah, so then John is on to something here. I could, for example, if we're driving past something in a clearing or whatever, I would tell the driver, this is point, just to make, I'm just going to use easy terms now, point 1. So he's going to reference that as point 1, and I drive something past something else, I'm going to point 2, and he's going to remember those, and I can, when I give command, and let's say we're going to stop after point 2, I know we're going to probably engage a target, or there's a high likelihood, and we're going to stop. Then I can just tell him, full speed, point 2, 50 speed to point 1. Then he knows he can go full speed to point 2, and that I want him to go down to 50% speed from point 2 to point 1, because we might want to evaluate something, but we know we're pretty safe. So you can give the driver, or anyone in the tank for that matter, you can give them like checkpoint commands. It's quite common in the military to do that, especially when you're pre-planning missions. You can do that. A lot of well-organized military does that. So when you're doing an operation, you can just refer to certain names or anything, and it's also a memory function that your brain does, that if you connects some order or something to a specific memory or something, in more detail, your mind will more likely remember what it was. So it's actually a tactic you can use either pre-operation or during operation.
And you also mentioned sideways movement. How much would you really use that? Does that make much of a difference? Forward, backwards, I get it, right? But kind of the sideways maneuvering, doesn't that far too easily expose a side more than rather than the harder armor up front?
Oh no! If you're in an active engagement with a tank, or some other threat, you will probably not expose or drive it sideways. You drive sideways when you, for example, you're making a, let's say we're making a spearhead head-on with 6 main battle tanks, and you're driving like a wedge formation, and then a commander gives you, tank 6 spread right. Then you need to slightly turn the tank to drive sideways to get out and into a clear position, so you got more width in the spearhead, and that's going to briefly expose your side a bit. But as long you're not meant to drive sideways in hot territory for quite long. You're always meant to keep your frontal armor towards the enemy. But if we're talking about exposing it for a brief period of time, just to make a slight maneuver adjustment, it is feasible maneuvering, but you wouldn't be the only time. Let's say this: the only time the turret would not be pointing the same way as the front is, for example, when you're driving on a road and you detect a threat or you want to scan something to your sides. That could be some sideways movement. But if you're talking about just battlefield, having your side to enemy, it's not something that you would do just because of your armor being weaker. But you could do it if it's part of a tactical maneuver that you need to do in order to gain an advantage and remain initiative. keep the initiative.
Thank you for the Rishigoto. Then John?
Yeah, two things. And I assume, wanted to that you don't want to put the side armor at 90 degrees to the target, so you keep it at an angle, meaning the effective thickness is more than the side armor is thick. But anyway, my question, which is probably really stupid, but not so stupid if you have my background. Can you drive the Leopard from the turret?
Classified information.
Okay.
The true capability of what you can and cannot do from the turret is restricted.
I would run.
Can you shoot from the turret?
You can shoot from the turret. That's not restricted. You can.
Aha, got you.
So they're all trying to emulate S103, aren't they? Shoot, drive, and reverse from the turret. If possible. We don't know if it's possible, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the 103 is actually a brilliant design that way. You keep everything in the turret.
Which isn't there, but
No, you missed the point. The whole tank is a giant turret.
But in a 103.
Yeah, the 103, Strong 103 is like it's a huge turret.
Solid turret. Yeah. Is it the only tracked turret?
Probably yes. I can't recall seeing any other track turret.
See, there you go. That makes sense there. Shaggy.
Yeah, question for 122. If it's not classified, how wide a ditch or a trench can a Leopard drive over without either getting stuck or needing bridging equipment? Yeah, is it like 2 feet, 3 feet, a meter, or what?
I can't tell you exactly, but it's more than 1 meter. Just gonna put it that way. So when you're building it, you need to either have machinery or have a lot of labor. But it's not actually. Yes, it is the distance, but it's also something else that is the key thing when building an anti-tank ditch. It's the angle that you build it at. If you build it too steep, it's too steep, and if you build it too, if it's not leaning enough, it's a lot of things that goes into consideration when you're building it. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so would I be right to think that they can drive over trenches, but they can't obviously anti-tank ditch? It's kind of in the name, really. Those trenches are not that wide, really, are they?
No, an ordinary, trench that they put people in. That's not an issue at all to drive over. I think there's, I think pretty much everyone that probably have seen it. The recent video where the Ukrainians attacked the trench, a tank, avoided narrowly getting hit by ATGM, and then he shot some Russians point blank range. Poor souls, because that might have been that was a big blast. You see him driving over the trench and killing Russians that way, crumbling the trench, but he still manages to keep his tank, moving in above the trench. So driving ordinary gun trench, so to speak, is not a problem. What you need to have a certain width, a certain distance to, and a certain angle to sort of like trap the tank so it can't reverse out of it.
All right, cool. Yeah, I saw that video actually. Didn't I see it driving over the trench? I'll have to look at that video again. I did see it getting back to the point blank range though. Thanks very much, 122.
The jump.
Yeah, Shaggy, you forgot to put the sentence at the end, or the words at the end, asking for a friend.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but anyway, actually, answer to that question, I think David, the diver, David. We were talking about tank traps. Well, not we, but they or you were talking about the tank traps, and he there was a video that was shown where they actually jumped over and pushed through, and yeah, also I think you were there, wanted to as well. At the time.
Yeah, my brain is not, tip top, so I can't recall exactly which conversation that was. But yeah, there's details out there on how to build them, so it's not secret. I mean, it's just that I signed a contract. I shouldn't speak about certain things. So even though it's readily available, but yeah.
Loose lips and all that.
Yeah, and the Swedish Navy has had enough ships sink for other reasons, especially reasons to do with cannons. They don't want any more for any other with any other causes.
Hey! Now let's not go there, okay? It's not our finest moment, okay? It's it hurt our pride, dude. So don't go there. Don't go with that ship.
You have Swedish ships sinking for nothing?
No, they get all the money from the museum entrances now. I want to go there for is it the 400th anniversary coming up in a few years, right? I want to go there for that. I've never been to the museum, but I think I'll make time for that.
They saw it as a future investment, So we're thinking a few hundred years in front. Great investment minds,
Yeah, but isn't this anniversary upcoming next year?
Is it that soon?
It should be, because the fleet, which family members of mine participated in funding the ships which helped sink it, was sunk in front of Warnemünde, 1624. I'll have to check the date.
There's
I
an
thought it was
anniversary every year. What you talking
Yeah,
about?
but the nice big round one, with all the zeros. Someone tell me what year it happened in. I knew it was somewhere in the 1620s. I forget what year exactly. Then, John?
1624. 18 large troop ships bringing Swedes who had the pleasure of otherwise probably ruining more German souls and subjugating them in the ongoing 30 years war, were found to be less capable of swimming.
I don't think we're talking about the same ship, though.
I'm not sure which ship Roman was talking with.
The one with the really big museum.
Oh, God.
There's an
One
entire
ship only.
There's an entire museum which they actually they salvaged this ship from the bottom of the Stockholm inlet.
I know what you were referring to. Yeah. See, I thought about the invasion troops of the then subjugating army of your infamous Gustav.
But I can actually give you the date, and it's not that far away. It's saying 1628 on. Let me see.
No, 1628 is a significantly later.
Yeah, but 1628, 10th of August is the anniversary.
Perfect. I need to put that in my calendar to make some travel plans to Stockholm in August in 2028. Very good.
And next year you all come to Warnemünde and take a little trip on a yacht. Beware of Ukrainian yacht renting operators.
Yeah, if only. I mean, should we really talk about this now, Axel, or should we talk about this later today?
No, we will do this later. And we're not going to talk, by the way, much about it. We're only going to touch upon one little piece of the puzzle, and that is so funny that. Yeah. Should we talk about it?
All right. Today, Axel, later today, at some time. Give me a second. I shall look at this properly. In 7 hours and 20 minutes, we shall be joined by former CIA officer Douglas London and our very own former SEAL officer Chuck Ferry for another dive into the Baltic. So is that fair to say? So in 7 hours and 20 minutes, whatever time it is, wherever you are now, add 7 hours and 20 minutes to it, unless you're going to be changing time zones, in which case you need to do your own maths.
Yeah, exactly. And you need to all do your own math, like you need to do your own taxes. What I was trying to highlight is we're only going to talk about whatever happened to Nord Stream 2 for about 5 minutes. The rest is going to be intelligence. And they both had a few things prepared, given the fact that so many wonderful things happened behind the lines. And then came a few days ago the dissemination of Russian co-opted information and another narrative. So we're going to address that as well in a little wee while, without giving them the pleasure of having scored anything, because they haven't. But it's much funnier to dissect what they did with the information and how they spread it and whom they spread it to.
And after that, Axel, what will we be talking about after that? In about almost 10 hours.
Yeah, that's another thing. We've garnered a bit of support to dissect Russian subjugation narratives and how Russia, as a totalitarian system, instrumentalizes since the days of the late 2000s, when they started reinvigorating their efforts to militarize their youth by creating the first batch of all military schools for children, predominantly boys, but children generally, age 11 and above, and then creating the cult of Nashi. So, and for that, we obviously garnered some support, and that is Professor Ian Garner.
Fourth time, fifth time, something like that, right?
We're closing in on a good batch, yes. We need to measure that probably, but then again, it's so much fun. The last few occasions, despite the fact that the topic is absolutely dreadfully dark and dire and terrible, we managed to cut through it with a slice of fiendish humor. So, and it's always a blast with them. So there you go.
Well, looking forward to it, and so should all of you, in a hair under 10 hours from now. Long days, these. Long days. 24 hours long, indeed. Who would have thought?
You don't need to tell me about long days.
Do you have one which is longer than 24 hours? I mean, Doman and I tried, but it's very hard, you know, when you're coming up to 23:59 and you try to push it across, you end up with nothing.
Just slips through our fingers, doesn't it? So, do you want to have a little quick chat about something that exploded in Melitopol, or just maybe close to Melitopol?
I think we would be very happy to hear about that if you tell us exactly where it was near Melitopol.
You just want me to pronounce the word, don't you?
Yes.
Yes. Vesely?
Melitopol?
Vesely? The village of Vesely?
See, as I said, Axel, we'd be very happy to.
Does that what it is means?
Yes.
Gotcha. I'm figuring Doman's jokes out more and more these days. So the reason they chose that particular location is because there was information that the enemy had been bringing their equipment and personnel there for the last 4 days in a row. Of course, they tried to do this during a blackout of mobile communications so that residents could not report things. But apparently, they still managed to get the message through. It wasn't possible to hide it, says Ivan Fedorov. And so, yeah, ammo, equipment, and geezers went boom. And that's a good thing as far as I'm concerned.
I call that efficiency. You know, they bring it in, they're all excited. We have some stuff now. Finally, don't tell anyone, especially don't tell the Ukrainian HIMARS operators. And yet, just some days after that, the lot gets taken out, and not even from a plane.
I think they've done a particularly good job there. Excuse me, I just have to deal with the cat needing a scratch. I'm not their slave, honest. So yeah, I think that was pretty nice. But that explains why they were turning off mobile communications and the such, and probably why they've done it in other areas at times as well. You know, when they've made these sort of announcements that they're going to turn off the internet. I wonder if this is why, because they think they can sneak around. But obviously they can't sneak around because, you know, people have eyes.
There's only so much sneaking around they can do. And, you know, this is really the difference. There's this main road between Mariupol and Melitopol, right? That got... that had a big traffic jam on it. And the Ukrainians probably would have hit it had they had the ability to do so, you know, cheaply, easily, reliably, with standoff weapons. They didn't have enough, probably, otherwise they probably would have. Whereas here, you know, Melitopol, well, within HIMARS range, up there at Vesele, easy, of course it goes, as it should. And thus denies Russians the use of whatever equipment, munitions, whatever else it was that they've accumulated there. And that we'll never know until the territory is liberated. And then, you know, somebody goes past with a camera, it's like, oh, that's an awful lot of scrap metal over in that. What used to be a barn doesn't look like tractors, does it? And then it will be once again like it was in Eastern Kharkiv Oblast, in a few places. When it was liberated by the Ukrainians, and they said, "Oh, look, this is what they hit 2 months ago, is it? Ah, very well. So let's count up the dozens of howitzers, APCs, whatever else was in there, and add that to the list."
That's when we have high number days, yeah.
So sometimes the thing is, you know, Ukrainian intelligence usually knows more or less what equipment has been hit, even in these longer range strikes. But definitely, it's the days that Oryx brews an extra couple of barrels worth of coffee just to get through all of it.
That's number one.
Yes, indeed, be it Russian regular or Wenger troops. Axel, I don't know if you heard this morning, but I think we have a spy in our midst.
Do we?
Yes, the Senate was blissfully unaware,
ignorant of sports, music after the introduction of the harpsichord, and general pop culture.
He had never previously heard of a certain Eddie the Eagle.
Yeah, I know of his deficiencies.
And we've had a chat with a few Britishers here, and they all say that it's completely unbelievable that anyone pretending to be British will not have heard of said Eddie the Eagle, ever. And
yeah, well, you have to grow up in that place. You have to grow up in that nice area by the river in northern Wales first, then go to a boarding school and be heavily influenced by pre or up until harpsichord music, singing in choirs, and then going to the British Army and a decent university, having blissfully ignored any kind of popular culture other than maybe shellac infused recordings of Winston Churchill's speeches. And there you have a Senate.
So you're saying you just grew up in a closet?
No, it is safely guarded environment of elevated, history-infused, classical education Welshness with a proclivity for taking up arms.
Well, that's one way.
You should use that for your benefit, I'd say. I mean, these are all
Well-
positive characteristics. You do not need to know all pop culture to be a fully grown and fully, say, expanded human being. On the contrary, and don't forget, he's been in Ukraine. He's been traveling around the countryside. He's been interviewing people pretty much under fire. He entered, which we haven't spoken much about because it's part of the documentary as such. But he entered Kherson with Alexander Khamishin, but they also went then by car right after fire had been ignited and was raining down on Kherson, and they went to Mykolaiv, passing through roads which were just being actively demined. I'd say I couldn't care less for Eddie the Eagle.
And all of this started actually when I was trying to tell him that he could indeed represent Estonia at the Olympics. Trying to get him, all up in arms about
What?
The Danish. But that's besides the point.
In gardening his
cider
excellent
making
beard.
Then, John, any ideas?
Powerlifting.
Competitive
He said it
smoker
himself.
coffee.
Powerlifting. He said it himself. He was number 17 in the village, whatever was village.
Lewisham, not a village.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's kind of a
It's
village,
the
isn't it?
strong man
I don't have a clue.
competition. Strong man competition. You should go to the thing which you have on your. What is it in your case? It's probably an IBM PC 4023, and try to upload that little thing which connects you to the interwebs, and press the button for YouTube and enter strongman.
Was that for me, Axel?
Yeah, it was for you. Go on, it's like
Yeah,
older,
actually,
are you not?
because I bragged behind the scenes with Tim when he mentioned he was a powerlifter. I actually had a gym pass with Jon Paul Sigmarsson in the early 90s or late 80s. For people who don't know, Jon Paul Sigmarsson was the world's strongest man from Iceland a couple of years. He had a T-shirt in the gym saying the world's strongest man, which was kind of cool because he was the only one who could wear it.
Up until a guy from Norway took it.
And
God.
Sweden.
No, but there's, gosh, I have to find this. A friend of mine who's been to Estonia a lot comes from an area, Kristiansund, and there's a guy in Kristiansund who supposedly is the strongest Norwegian about. Who has a handshake like otherwise a CNC machine.
Must be very precise.
Yes, and hard. He also competed in that strongman thing and seemingly came out on top. Anyway, Marcus, save us from the harpsichord.
Well, I think Shaggy had something to say, and then I have just something to add about Crimea.
Oh, apologies, I did not mean to impugn Shaggy. Of course not.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, I mean, Eddie the Eagle Edwards, to give him his full name, was in the Olympics, and the Olympics can't be considered pop culture, can it? Oh, well, especially not compared to the world's strongest man, which is a really small thing. I remember Jeff Capes in it way back. Yeah, I mean, compared to that, I mean, that's pop culture compared to the Olympics.
The
Not if
television,
you're
though,
in it,
Shaggy.
Shaggy. Not if you're in it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, yeah, I mean, I was in the choir as well. Never played the harpsichord though, got to say. Violin though, I had to go to violin and recorder. Well, they had to go at me actually. It wasn't very good.
You are aware that
I'll tell you what, birds of a
Mr.
feather.
Senate managed to escape growing up with a television.
Well, if you grew up in North Wales, I can understand that. Yeah.
Without access to a television.
Probably called
You're lucky him.
probably called something really long in Welsh with lots of L's and stuff.
Will?
Actually, I just want to check if Colonel Jeff is awake, because I have a serious question for him if he is awake.
He is close to our time zone, Will. So
He is almost assuredly awake, but not necessarily sufficiently
Yeah.
close to us or with us.
I just meant awake in the is he listening and hit his microphone sense, so that I can ask him a question, because I know I believe he's close to home there in Europe
30.
with you.
Let's 30 seconds, and he will be up with us.
Ah, sweet. I'll belay my question until then.
he's
Return to
flying
your
in. Will
Simpson at levity.
He's on final.
flying in specifically for you.
Right. I
Hello,
think we have
Jeff.
Colonel here.
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead, Will.
Well,
Oh, so Colonel Jeff, hey, I wonder if you've heard the news reported that the 2 Ukrainian pilots that went to go get F-16 training flew through it easily, well, and so that's like the non-story of the world of the week, given what our expectation and how quickly and adeptly Ukrainian fighters of all sorts have adapted to the new equipment they've got into. But so that's all good news. But I'm wondering, what does that mean from here? If those 2 came back out of this evaluation thing and proved that the transition could be easy, quick, whatever, isn't that the trigger then? If for somebody to maybe either secretly or openly commit to the provision of F-16 platform to Ukraine?
Yeah. So this is great news and bad all at the same time, right? And it's somewhat frustrating. The issue is the 2 guys, the 2 that went to get trained, as I understand, did very well. There's nothing really official that's come out. Like the U.S. government hasn't come out and said, unless I missed it. And if you do have it, I'd love it. Right? I think that would be phenomenal. I just haven't seen that come out. There is a letter that came from the Secretary of Defense to all of the to congressmen who'd asked the questions about this stuff, and the Secretary of Defense stood by his undersecretary, Dr. Kahl, and said that training would take up to 18 months. Right. So, and they didn't mention anything about the 2 guys that got trained, which is really, really frustrating. It's a false narrative, but it is the document that came to Congress. And as I understand from some congressional members, they said, yeah, DOD's really downplaying the F-16 things. They say it's not what they need. They said they really need long-range fires at ATACMs, and we're really working on that. And I'm like, okay. So as I started pushing back over the past few days on this, I realized that it's almost pointless to have the discussion right now or try and generate any energy, because the entire media cycle in the United States right now is being consumed by a man with orange hair, whichever side of the aisle you're on, right? There's no oxygen left in the room to actually have a debate or discuss it, because there's just too much other stuff going on.
Oh, because baseball season started and Gritty. You're talking about Gritty, aren't you?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Because
there's only room for one orange asshole in Philly.
Yeah, I laugh about it, right? Because I'm like, it's almost like, we got to stop giving the guy oxygen, and we got to stop feeding his fire. And I feel like those that really want to prosecute him, they're like firemen that have loaded up their water tank with gasoline. they just keep spraying him, and the fire gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and they can't figure out.
Yeah, totally agree. We got to stop giving it any oxygen. And I'm actually sorry to say that, because we went the whole week in my time slots anyway without discussing it at all. So then let me ask you the follow up. If because of the way that the conversation is going in America, and it's somehow an inappropriate time to talk about F-16s, if that discussion and the commitment gets significantly delayed, won't we be, if it's delayed too long, be talking about the wrong system? Because the premise upon which F-16s was the fighter available at the time, in the role, in great numbers, with a backbone and all the other stuff that you've laid out multiple times, it's the right tool for the job then. But if they're not going to get F-16s in a time frame that extends to the end of this end of the hot part of this war, then shouldn't they be talking about what they're going to be using long term, but probably as a member of NATO, and be getting the decisions and procurement in place to give them whatever they will be hosting at that time?
Yeah, so I completely agree. And look, I'm a huge fan of the F-16, but I've almost given up on the United States, and I'm about ready. Next month, I go give a lecture, a defense industry lecture in Europe, and I'm basically going to drop a big challenge on them, and I'm going to tell them, and it's not a secret, right? I'll say it in public today. I'll say it in public tomorrow. I'm going to say, look, there are lots of people who are questioning where the Eurofighter is going to go and what it's going to do. There's concerns that there's no orders coming in. The production line is floundering because it needs orders to stay awake. I'm like, look, here's what you do, right? If you truly believe in your product, and I think you do, right? You spend $30 million. Now, $30 million sounds like a lot of money, and I get it. But in the big scheme of things, when we're talking about billions for orders, right? Like, that 30 million is not a lot, right? So you take a $30 million gamble if you're the European defense industry, and you say, you know what? We're going to do a test, a 3-month test. We're going to train Ukrainian pilots to fly the Eurofighter. We're going to do contract logistics support. So we're going to do contracted maintenance for the Eurofighter. So it's not a military. It's not the German military or whatever military. And they're going to go in, and for 3 months they're going to let Ukrainian pilots fly the Eurofighter. And if you believe that this thing is as survivable as a MiG-29 or a Su-27, that it can actually drop bombs and it can have an effect in the battle space, right? And then at the end of those 3 months, you look at your lessons learned, right? Did the Eurofighter succeed? Was it as effective as you thought it was going to be? And oh, by the way, now when the U.S. defense industry is like, fuck, we didn't send the F-16, right? Jesus Christ, right? Now, all these nations that are lining up to buy future fighters, if you've got one that's cheaper, right, and is combat proven against the SA-10 and the SA-20, S-300, S-400, SA-12, S-3, S-3, whatever, Black XXX, damn, that's a pretty good advertising model right there, right? And now, not only that, you've already got Ukrainian pilots trained on it. It's already in Ukraine. What do you think Ukraine and all these other, large donor investors are going to buy? Well, shit, they're already trained on it. And they've already got freaking the contracted logistics maintenance is already teaching the guys in the first 3 months. They're already teaching the Ukrainian maintainers how to maintain it. And fuck, let's get it on, right? Excuse my language. But it's just frustrating, right?
So,
know,
but
is it risk? I'm a big fan of, you know, with great risk comes great reward. You know, I don't gamble too much in Vegas because I like better odds than less than 50. But you know, I believe that. So
we discussed it here now twice, and you made this argument, and we had this discussion even as a proposal for the Gripen once when we spoke about it with the other chaps months ago. That essentially the Swedes should just go out because the Swedes themselves have this huge issue of being unable to sell the Gripen, which seemingly is a very valid aircraft, and in its current version, updated as it is, really good. But even the Swedes are unwilling to do it, and they don't need permission from any Frenchman. They don't need any Olaf Scholz. They don't need any consortium to ask. And even the Swedes haven't done it. Why on earth? They would have it easier. What a great marketing tool. Combat proven multi role aircraft. I agree with you. You should go to Sweden, by the way, Jeff. John, can we arrange for someone in Sweden to take care of him? Our friend, what's his name? Peter.
yeah, you know, I don't care who does it. A Gripen Eurofighter. I've given up on the U.S. defense industry. There's too many pilots in the Pentagon who swear up and down that the F-16 is not survivable and an S-300 and S-400. You can't change their minds. I don't know why they're so grounded to this position. I have some inclinations, and I think it's actually they're nefarious, which is unfortunate. I won't get into that, but you know, I think that the desires for future weapon systems is always out there and looming. And you know, the F-16's been around too long. You know, yada yada yada. Well, dude, it's a fucking good airplane. Jesus, I mean, I don't know what to say. So whoever does it, if they have a board of directors that's willing to take a chance, that they've got $30 million, you know, dollars or whatever it is, 10 million a month is basically enough for eight aircraft, contracted logistics support to train 8 pilots to go in, 10 million a month, and you're there, right? And if these 8 airplanes survive and they have an effect in the battle space, there are some serious questions that the West has to answer.
Well, then why don't we do the following? I can definitely tell you one thing. If you really want hardcore support for exactly that, you have to go to Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. You can even say you go to Finland. We could even end up doing a crowdfunding campaign for this.
Yeah.
Literally a crowdfunding campaign in those nations. You can include the Swedes and then tell the Swedish government, here is the money. Send them the Gripen. How about it?
I mean, how many Gripens do they have on their flight lines right now?
It's somewhat unclear. I think then Johnny have 64 active, I think, and then the actual number of airframes isn't entirely clear because a number got upgraded into newer versions and not a whole. You know, they didn't make the new plane from new, right? Then John?
It's 100 and something. I think it's just above 100, and I don't know how many of those are the E-type, which started delivering last year or the year before. I can't remember, but yeah, so it's 100 or something.
I think the colonel got so moved by this that he just fell off. Hopefully, just from the speaker's lounge rather than from his chair as well. Will, go ahead. We'll go to Will, go to UC, and then I have a bit of news to share with everyone, which is maybe not so good, maybe good that it's coming up now. Will?
So I was just going to follow up and ask the Colonel something, but I'll won't ask the question, but I'll pose it up. Maybe Axel or you have an answer. So when Colonel Jeff and I were first discussing this, I don't know, a couple months ago, you know, why it would be so much trouble to break free the F-16s in the NATO, the Ramstein meetings that were taking place at the time, and why isn't it coming up, and why is it such a hard decision and everything? Like, I immediately, and he agreed that this very well could have been the case, that the decision was not a military decision; it was a political Europe absolutely positively want to be the supplier of choice for all the European countries rather than US made systems that get in, because the US has such an economy of scale on manufacturing things that they can undercut people. And once they get a toehold, you know, you get one platoon of M1A1s in there, and the next thing you know, they're going to be your big supplier. Same thing with fighters, I think. And so I thought that was what was holding it up at the time. But based on what he's just described, it seems that it's almost more of just a domestic political issue in the United States, getting it to the top of the pile, or, you know, whatever appropriate time is to talk about stuff like that. And so it seems to me that he's absolutely correct that either the Eurofighter Tranche 1 or the Gripen, the other platforms that we were talking about originally in comparison to the F-16, should be a shoe-in for this on the basis that he's talking about. Contract maintenance, just swap in, swap out planes so that it's not, you know, there's no worries about keeping the things running and flying, and use their pilots. Because here's the weird thing that
So
is
what's
to me
the question?
So my question is, do the U.S. military planners that say that the F-16 isn't survivable, are they potentially suffering from the same problem that the Russians were at the beginning of this war, which is they actually don't commit to trying to get air superiority or parity or supremacy? They
That's
don't
not
even.
what. No,
Why are
that's
they
not
shy
what
in
he's.
doing it?
Yeah, you heard it, right? The motive is different. The motive is based on getting the next new thing, the F-35, everywhere in, and keep it justified. Because it was introduced, because supposedly the F-16 was not survivable against the enemy systems. And now we know that it is, but we know it, and we said it a few days ago here on this space. We know it for a number of years. Our dearly beloved friend Yehuda discussed it here with us in December, that the Israelis have been flying into Syrian airspace, and not, as the Russians said, under an agreement where the Russians would allow them to do so. No, on the contrary, they did fly in contested airspace with the F-16s. The Russian systems, like everything Russia creates, are half-cocked. They're shit. They are not sufficiently reliable to deter enemy aircraft. That's exactly it. They can deter their own aircraft, which is why the Ukrainians need to be careful. However, that's that. It has come to the attention that the avionics and the radar profile, radar signature, the speed, the versatility, and the evasive techniques available to an F-16 make it sufficiently capable to avoid Russian anti-air. And that attention, the Pentagon has gained a few years ago when the friends from Israel told them. And still everybody's pushing the new aircraft. That's what we're alluding to. Has nothing to do with military planning.
This is too far in. Since over a year now, Axel, right? Remember when Verlaine was telling us, when she was the interpreter for when the Slovak pilots were attending, what was they? What was that? What day was it when they were in Ukraine together with their Ukrainian counterparts for a parade? The parade where the Mriya flew as well.
Oh,
was it Air Force's Day? Something like
yeah,
that, right?
It's the day of the Air Force.
Yes, right. And I distinctly remember her telling us that the Slovak pilots were, looking forward to getting rid of the M29s, MiG-29s, and this was before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, right? And they were very happy to do that because, in part, yes, they'd get the F-16s, and they were looking forward to that, but also because they didn't want to rely on Russian maintainers, because they're not very happy with them. They're a bit suspect of them. So yesterday, not seen this until today, until just now. Apologies, dear Slovak friends. But the defense minister of Slovakia yesterday made some comments, I believe, in parliament. Now, I'll just read out this very short summary of what happened, because I think this is quite important and quite meaningful. The Euractiv article reads, Russian technicians may have intentionally been sabotaging the operation of Soviet-made MiG-29 fighters owned by the Slovak army, said Defense Minister Yaroslav. Not, I know, I am shocked.
No.
I'm very surprised. No, but it's good that this is now officially out in the open from the the defense minister's mouth, right? Rather than just being people saying it, it's the defense minister saying it. So it's a little bit more.
It isn't so.
Let me continue, because this is quite important. He says they were able to fly, but that doesn't mean they were capable of combat. The Ukrainians came to Slovakia a week before their departure, brought spare parts, and inspected the planes. Nad explained after the opposition, led by the former Prime Minister Robert Fico, strongly criticized the government for giving up valuable aircraft. The faults may have been intentionally caused by Russian technicians, which were present at Sliash Air Base in Slovakia until last year, Nad suggested. Even the police were investigating it based on our suspicions. There were parts in the engines of the aircraft the Slovak technicians had accessed, and then there were parts that Russian technicians only accessed. The defects appeared only in those parts accessed by Russians, Nad said. While the investigations did not prove intention, the defense ministry felt a loss of confidence in the Russian technicians at Sliash because mistakes kept appearing in places only they could get to, the minister added. Lieutenant General Svoboda, the former highest-ranking pilot, also suggested the Russians intentionally damaged jets, saying that we took over an engine that was supposed to last 350 hours. In the end, it only flew 70 hours. What can we make of that? Maybe there was workmanship, let's call it that. I don't know. And of course, the Russian embassy in Slovakia called the delivery of fighter jets to Ukraine has led to an unpredictable and dangerous escalation of the conflict, for which the initiators of the decisions taken will be held responsible. And something about re-export licenses, I think, as well. We are shocked. We're collectively shocked that something like this could have happened. But I think, Axel, if anyone, the Ukrainian mechanics might be able to put them right.
I am so shocked. Doman, did the Slovakian police say in this context anything? No, they did not. What happened, remember, last year in March outside of Bratislava? What kind of video was taped? You remember?
There was something in a park. Or maybe the edge of a wood line, something like that.
Yes, the edge of a wood line close to a whole park landscape where a Russian, how do we call these friendly people? Cultural attaché of the Russian embassy in Pressburg came up with the idea that the Slovakian government should behave appropriately when it comes to maintenance contracts and sensors and systems. What a thing.
No, but again, actually, if anybody is to put these right, who is it?
Well, it should be the Finns and the Swedes, of course. Who else? Nobody
Well,
else
the
wants to fucking
MiG-29s.
fight. No. Yeah, I know, but if nobody else wants to fucking fight, then the Finns should go and buy some Gripens and send them where the sun does shine, meaning Crimea. It's so simple. If nobody else has the political will or is entangled in procurement bingo, as indicated by our fair friend from Austria, then hey, so be it. Let's win this on our own. Don't forget, in World War II, Britain created more airframes than any other nation. Sometimes you have to do it yourself.
Okie dokie, friends.
Go ahead, Jussi.
Thank you, and happy Easter. I'm glad to hear that Axel is having the same birds singing as we here in Finland. It's one of the nicest days in the spring, and it really feels good to have sun, warmth,
We even have the
And,
same temperature at the moment, right?
yeah, pretty much. I think about 12, 13 Celsius here in capital region. Low winds, clear skies, birds singing, and I'm feeling the small amounts of pollen in the air already in my nose, unfortunately. But I was just about to tell a few the latest idiotic propaganda that the anti-NATO and pro-Russian people here in Finland are now spreading. I'm not sure if you have been already discussing this, but now they're saying that the Russians have been shipping platforms of the RS-42 ICBM into the border of Finland that could decimate the whole country. Yeah, I mean,
you see, do they
yes.
understand the purpose of an intercontinental ballistic missile?
Yeah,
that you don't need to shoot it at sort of point blank range.
I was actually coming into that because the funny thing is that the effective range has to be at least 4,000 kilometers with that thing. So, I mean, I'm quite happy if they bring it to the outskirts of Finland that they get stuck in the mud because there's only 3 proper roads from Russia leading to Finland. So I'm quite happy if they park it somewhere around 150 kilometers away from Finland.
So they're trying to reach. They're trying to reach China.
Exactly. I don't know what they're trying to reach, but I mean, I'm more than happy that they can park it over there and leave it there. I mean, I'm totally fine. But this is the latest news that we're getting now that all the anti-NATO pro-Russian people are spreading in the social media. There's this video where this ICBM has been transported and all that stuff. So I don't even know what year it has been taken. But anyways, a few days in NATO and the propaganda is the machine is working. Hopefully the Finns are as wise as they are always. Thank you.
So, but you have 2 or 3 members in Parliament still left. Doman, did we finish this? Was it 2 or 3?
Yeah, two. But there are these basic guys. I mean, the one who lives in I think he lives in Luhansk. This newspaper reporter or / owner who's been doing this stuff for years, and Johan Beckman, you guys were talking about him earlier. I'm not sure, was it yesterday or whatever? But these guys, the small army, few chaps, they're just trying to put out this propaganda and put all the let's say the party that was involved in this pro-Russia thing, which all of them are not, to be quite honest. They're trying to machine this thing through these guys. And I've been listening to these groups and where the people are having their chats, and they're more, let's say, of a religious people, old women, old men, or just saying that Finland is going to ruins because everybody's playing PlayStation and watching videos from TikTok. So I wouldn't say that there's more than like 20, 30 people that are trying to machine this propaganda into the audiences.
All right. By the way, I can tell you when we had the first Atari systems to play with.
Oh yeah.
In the late 70s, people were telling us that things were going to hell in a handbasket. But there you go. Colonel Jeff had his hand up. If you don't mind, Jussi, stay with us. Don't go away. We will have questions for you because you need to motivate your parliament to say gather quickly and have Juha Kopra and Jarmo Lindberg and Pekka Toveri and everybody else to do their job.
Yeah, we've got some good men in the parliament as fast as they can put the government up. So I'm not too worried. I mean, to be quite honest, these guys are like super. Thank you.
Absolutely. You just need to get them to spend some money to buy some griffins. But Jeff, please.
Sorry, actually, very, very briefly on a serious point. It's funny. All of those who are writing, aha, see, Sanna Marin took Finland into NATO and immediately didn't win the election immediately afterwards, days after Finland got into NATO, and what they didn't realize is the party that won is bringing in a bunch of Finnish retired generals who spend their entire life figuring out how to ruin Russian military forces.
Yeah, only the guy who was the head of the Finnish Air Force and was in charge of the F-18 conversion program, who then later became what? The head of all Finnish armed forces, Jarmo Lindbergh. And then they had the guy who was a tanker and mechanized infantry before, and then became the head of Finnish military intelligence. You know, how could you be better prepared? Oh, you could have that colonel who's in charge, or was in charge for many years, for cyber defense. Oh, yes, they voted him into office as well. There
Yeah, but I
you
mean,
go.
yeah, that's the thing, because these guys, they can use a wrench even, you know? I mean, that's the way as a small country we need to work. I mean, it's all hands on deck. If somebody knows how to work with cyber attacks, well, doesn't matter if you're the commander of Air Force or whatever, you can fuel the jet and you can even fly it if you wish. So this is the way we go. Thank you.
Yeah, and Pekka said it, that he can repair a tank. Probably older models, as he said, but he can repair a tank.
Yeah, but if you remember Kimi Räikkönen, I mean, he was repairing the bloody Formula One car himself. So, I mean, that's kind of the devotion that we Finnish people have on the causes that we really believe.
And don't forget, he also had enough time for that because he didn't have to speak.
Anything to get out of a press conference.
Jeff, can you please enlighten us? We had the question from Will, which I already addressed, but then again, you indicated and inferred it before, and I called it procurement bingo. You implied that there are good reasons as to why people have to justify the F-35 rollout with its slight cost over the F-16. But then again, should we just advocate the positive thing, meaning the Gripen and the Eurofighter? Isn't that the way forward then?
I mean, I really think that, you know, the Americans are rolling the dice. Lockheed Martin's rolling the dice, and that's what companies do, right? They take risk and they hope for a reward. And I think that it's not wise. I think that they are, you know, there's no way F-35s are going to go to Ukraine. I mean, they're not going to go anytime soon. The only airplane that truly could go is F-16s, and it could go in significant numbers. But if it does well, I mean, there's a serious question to ask yourself, right? Holy shit. Well, why do I need an airplane that costs more and also has a largest cost per flying hour if you just literally defeated the... It's a tough question, right? But we're in the middle of playing politics while people are dying, and I'm not a big fan of that. I don't think that's a very, very wise move.
Would Ike have done that? Or sorry, would George Marshall? Would anyone have done that at that point in time?
I mean, I'd like to say no. You know, I will tell you, Ike was a very good politician. He did pull a couple rabbits out of his hat that you kind of look, he was not missing. Yeah, I mean, he knew how to play the game, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but he had Marshall to juggle with the Congress.
True, but you know, I mean, Reagan would leverage, you know, the U.S. military-industrial base against Russia. I mean, Star Wars was nothing but it was a ruse. It wasn't real. The Russians bought off it and tried to freaking defeat it, and they ran out of money. Cool. So I don't know, man. I'm just it frustrates me. I'm a huge fan of the F-35. I really think it's the future. I think that once we get it, and we get it flying in massive numbers, that, you know, the nations that bought it are going to be really, really happy, and they're going to have an asset that is capable for a very long time to come. Right? It's a good purchase, but, you know, denying the use of one airplane for the other. To be fair, there's a microcosm of this same situation, right? How many years ago? I'm going to say it's at least 20. The United States Air Force kept trying to retire the A-10 because they said it was of no value, right? It was incapable in the modern war and blah 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 and this and that, and all of a sudden environment so you can keep, and we really want to retire it because we really want to buy F-35, so we're going to keep trying to retire it. And the Army kept saying, dude, you're not fucking retiring this. And then Congress said, you're not retiring. Stop trying to retire this airplane. It has the cheapest cost per flying hour, and it's the perfect airplane for Ukraine, and you keep trying to retire it. And, the Air Force would argue, well, the maintenance costs are really, really high, and it's not really the cheapest airplane. And, we're going to have to get new wing roots on it. It's going to cost this much and all that. And they're like, okay, well, good, then go pay for it, right? So unfortunately, Ukraine doesn't have a seat at the table inside the U.S. Defense Department to say that they want F-16s. So it's a horrible situation, man.
And it also would open up immediately the discussion in certain areas of Congress where people are still angry that the Raptor has been phased out. I mean, not that it had good cost per flying hour.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that a Raptor got an air-to-air kill, right? And it shot down a Chinese balloon. Did we really need to use that, or was that a little bit of show? I don't know, man. At this point,
That's what I'm
guess
saying.
it was show.
And it's more than a bit of show. I think it was pretty cool. Seeing the jet launch the missile, take out the balloon, fantastic. All right, Axel, can you move well up in my stead, pretty please? And I shall see you all quite early tomorrow morning, and probably actually I'll see you all tonight for some of the segments later today.
Cool. Thanks, Doman. Great working with you.
So while you sort all that out, I will bring you a little something about Crimea, because everybody's been expressing an opinion on what Ukraine should do with Crimea over the last week or so, or, well, ages. And so it's nice that Crimea have the Crimea situation has been clarified by Ukraine. So this was the quote. Ukraine plans to give Russia a choice on how to leave Crimea. If they don't agree to leave voluntarily, Ukraine will continue to liberate its lands by military means. So there you go, from the horse's mouth. The statement is basically, yeah, we will negotiate on, allowing them to leave, and that's the situation with Crimea, basically. So when they talk about, Ukraine's going to negotiate over Crimea, no, they're going to negotiate how many days you would like to leave before we come and evict you. And I think that's exactly the right way to go. Humanitarian.
It's lovely, and it's exactly how you'd like to see them frame this tit for tat. We're ready for negotiation. So are we. The first thing we'd like to negotiate is how quickly you're going to move out and what's next on the list. Yeah, I like it.
But it's important signaling, if I just may add this very briefly, because people will have seen that the narrative was immediately spread as soon as Cizliak came out with his statement that they would negotiate as to Crimea. It was taken out of context, and he evidently also is not, shall we say, the most adept at communicating, and he should not have done it anyway. So it took Podolyak to come out to hit back at this, so that later at night, President Zelensky could address it. Sometimes you have to be good at communication and more quickly. So, and I think that this, deputy will have a hard time gaining much traction in the administration.
George.
Good morning, everyone. I keep hearing this this thing about Crimea and what happens when the Ukrainians get to the isthmus. I think people are just over-examining this thing. Crimea is going to be empty of Russians. If the Ukrainians launch whatever offensive they're getting ready to launch within the next month, 2 months, whatever, if they do it right, there's not going to be any Russians left in the Crimea. They're going to jump on anything that floats and go back to Russia. If the Ukrainians launch the offensive the way we were hoping they do, the Russian army in occupied Ukraine, including Crimea, will collapse. If you've got the idiots are sending all these, carpetbaggers, as I call them, in Mariupol, and I'm sure they've sent plenty to Crimea, from, all areas of the Russian Federation. Once that front collapses for the Russian army in Ukraine, and once they start panicking, all those quote unquote civilians, cough, cough, they're going to be the first ones to panic and jump on the roads and just cause an utter collapse of their logistics, their ability to move things on any type of roadway. And what's going to happen is you're just going to see an absolute rout. The Ukrainians are probably going to be using a sledgehammer to crack an egg, just like we did in Desert Storm. So once that panic sets in, do you think any of those orcs are going to sit there and say, "Oh, let's run to Crimea and defend that"? Yeah, sure. Wishful thinking on many Kremlinists and I'm not going to say the word, but Putin strokers, wishful thinking, because that's not going to happen. Once that front collapse, it's going to collapse for good, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. I don't think the Russians have the ability to mount an organized defense against mobile warfare. They can mount an organized defense against trench warfare, which is what we're seeing right now, this slugfest. But that's because the Ukrainians are getting their brigades ready to launch that offensive. But once that happens, whether it's in Zaporozhye, south of Kherson, wherever the hell they launch it from, that's going to be it. There's no way that those panicked Russians are going to mount any type of defense of Crimea. And remember, the isthmus is just going to be, if they do somehow, by a miracle, amount of defense of Crimea, the north 40% of Crimea, it's just going to be a death zone for any Russians. The Ukrainians are going to be able to walk right through it, because 40% of Crimea, as soon as the Ukrainians get to the isthmus, is going to be under HIMARS and ground-launched small diameter bomb fire, long-range fires. So any defensive position is just going to get absolutely pounded. So I don't see that there's going to be a negotiation. There might be a negotiation for the maybe 25 to 30,000 POWs or maybe even more, that the Ukrainians capture, and what they're going to do with them. But that's the only negotiation I see moving forward.
Yeah, George, I also see multiple scenarios where Ukraine does not even need to move into Crimea in order to finish and win the war, because if they were to move down close to the isthmus, and all of the obstacles and everything the Russians have built to keep them out will also keep the keep the Russians in, if you will, and then they can work on taking care of the rest of Luhansk and Donetsk in an orderly fashion, and blow the Crimea bridge with any tools that they have available to them at the time, and just simply starve out the Crimea. There will really no great reason to try to attack that first. Leave it until they capitulate, which I also agree that they will, because their situation will be untenable, and I don't think that they will mount a counterattack out of Crimea whenever the offensive happens. But if they do, I'm sure Ukrainians will be ready to. We'll have planned for that contingency. And yeah, I agree with you. In general, I don't see Crimea as being fought for every inch, and I see methods by which it doesn't have to be fought over at all to win the war.
Will,
Markers.
if you remember when they launched the Kherson offensive, do you remember what was happening on that bridge, on that Kerch bridge out of Crimea?
They were running. They were running, and the people who can run will run early. They'll run early, and then they'll probably cause down of high value targets are on that bridge. They'll HIMARS it
but
right at that time. And
that's what I'm saying is that just gave you an idea of what, and they were nowhere near Crimea when they launched the Kherson offensive, but yet those idiots were panicking and leaving, which is good for Ukrainians, obviously. So as they approach the isthmus, forget it. It's going to be every man for himself. Like I said, I doubt they're going to make a stand. Remember, they were supposed to make this stand, and they're preparing all these bunkers around Kherson, and they're going to fight it for block. What happened? Did they fight for Kherson block for block?
Well, no, they actually did a fairly good job, you must say, militarily, in doing a rapid, what do you guys call that? Counter or a retrograde maneuver, right?
Yeah, they did. But they still abandoned equipment, but they didn't fight for it. That's what I'm trying to say. They were like, it was a retrograde maneuver by running away. That was it. It wasn't like a fighting withdrawal.
That's what I was facetiously. That's what I was facetiously calling it.
Yeah,
Yes.
they just ran away. It wasn't like they were fighting a fighting withdrawal in Kherson. They just went across the river and said, "Oh hell, we're not staying to." And remember, those were supposedly the Russian plans were to fight for Kherson to make it, truly costly for the Ukrainians. But I guess the local commanders were like, "F that shit, I'm out. Deuces, people."
Yeah, and they did that, and they, as I say, if you credit where credit's due, they did a fairly good job of removing their army so that they didn't lose lives. But yeah, they left a lot of equipment behind, and then it all got blamed on Gerasimov, and he got replaced, right?
Exactly. So yeah, I don't see how moving forward when they're going to be sitting there. They keep showing these videos to somehow scare people. Oh, look at this convoy of Russian equipment. It's Russian equipment from the 1950s, if not late 40s. These armored vehicles that that were designed in 1952. Oh wow, ooh, scary, boo stuff. So like, it's just ridiculous. I think that people are just once again giving the Russians too much credit. And that's been the case for this whole war, underestimating the Ukrainians and overestimating the Russian capabilities.
Yeah, I want to just add as well something that you pointed out there, George, that they've moved these 40,000 apparent residents into Mariupol, and I can only see that. Right? I mean, I know this is their MO. This is what they do. They move in their own populations. That's how they like to operate. But it's a massive mistake, because at some point those people are going to want to remove themselves from that area in a hurry. And if they've only got a few particular directions to go, and that's the main logistics routes that are also coming in for the Russians, wow, that's going to be a bin fire, surely.
You know, that's the other thing. Is once those idiots, and remember, when we say people, I didn't see any women, right? I didn't see not one woman, not one child. It's all men, and that's done on purpose. So, you know, either they needed to be the first ones to evacuate, because what's going to happen is that's, you know, if they stay there, then you know, and I don't care what people think about it, then they're going to be part of the population exchange, just like there was in 1923 between Greece and Turkey. There's nothing wrong with that. You're going to give us back our kids, and we'll give you back the idiots. You know, and if you ask me, they shouldn't even be considered civilians, because they're occupying, you know, occupied territory in a war zone. There should be like a law drawn up against that bullshit too. So, you know, have at it. It's good. I hope they put another 40,000 in there, because that'll just complicate the confusion when they start getting blasted with HIMARS rockets, you know, on the Russian positions, and these guys panic and they jam all those, like you said, all those roads and highways, and then the Russians are just caught in the cauldron, because none of them are going to be able to escape. You know, the Russians are too stupid to see that what they did. They set their own trap now, putting 40,000 knuckleheads in a city that's going to be probably primary target number one, you know, to be recaptured. And all they're going to do is drive these guys onto the roads, and it's just going to be one giant quagmire. But that's fine. You know, if they wanted to send another 60,000, that's fine by me. The more, the merrier. It just makes their future logistics on the defense, you know, their chances are even worse. It's a good force multiplier for Ukraine.
Well, it's something that John Spencer said as well. In urban terrain, they practice with the assumption that there will not be a lot of civilians running around, that the best thing for civilians to do in that situation is get the heck out of the way. And, you know, he said, as far as he's concerned, if a civilian turns up in that sort of situation, they just want rid of them as fast as possible. You know, go, get out of the way, run away, leave us alone, don't get in our way. And so, yeah, I'm just thinking that having a load of civilians running around like headless chickens is going to be fun for them. Shaggy fella, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Marcus. Yeah, with this word negotiation, I'm glad to hear that somebody in the Ukrainian government's turned it around and on them. I mean, I said months ago that shouldn't be scared of the word negotiation. Turn it around. Yeah, negotiate their unconditional surrender is kind of what happens at the end of a war. Negotiate their unconditional withdrawal. They're the kind of negotiations that should be going on, and it should have been spouted months ago. That's exactly the kind of negotiation, and that's it. So whenever that word comes up, I even created memes about it to use that word. As usual stuff, to just use what they say against them, because it's quite easy. And with Crimea, it just looks like a big island to me, so they're all going to get trapped on there. I know the south part of Crimea is a bit hilly, but it's not exactly Tora Bora, is it? And you're not exactly got Afghans kind of in there, kind of fighting to the death. You got conscripts and Mobics, which are really not going to be fighting to the death for years and years and years in those mountains. So yeah, just one big camp. I feel sorry for obviously the Ukrainian nationals that are still on there. But with regards to moving Russians into like MriyaReport and stuff like that, I'm waiting to hear the word human shield. Because that's effectively what they are, and that's effectively what the Russians are going to be using their own citizens as, is thinking they're going to get some kind of leeway because they've moved in a lot of civilians in there, and therefore you can't hurt civilians and stuff like that. So it's just all part of this. Russia doesn't really care about human life, not even its own citizens' human life. Russians kind of saying one thing but meaning something else. So yeah, negotiate unconditional surrender and illegal immigrants, which these people are that are being moved in because they haven't got a visa. Yeah, whatever. They shouldn't be there. They're kind of, whether if they've got guns or something like that, they could be illegal combatants. I don't care about them. They're Russians basically, and they shouldn't be there. End of. Sorry, my little rant there.
Well, I think Mockers was right. First is that they will highly likely flee. It's not like they will. Not like people that just moved into Mariupol are going to be really tied to the place. But riddle me this, Mockers. All these people are from Central Russia, right? There's nobody here who's gone to Mariupol who was a Moscow or St. Petersburg resident. And what if they're playing a huge trick on the Russian government? They've agreed to move to Mariupol so that they can get out of Russia with their whole families and be in Ukraine, and then hide in the basements or flee or whatever, and then go back and want to stay in Ukraine once the war's over. Maybe they're doing that. I don't know.
Well, it's certainly the sort of place that has indoor toilets and paved roads, so I could understand why they might want to stay a little. Unfortunately, the Russians haven't left that behind. They've destroyed most of it. Colonel Jeff, please go ahead.
Hey, Mockers, thanks. I agree with everything that's being said, but I think sometimes we need to kind of look a little bit in the forecast and prepare for some of the counter narratives that we have to get ready that are going to come out of Russia. And I truly think that we're starting to see some clarity on what Putin and is doing, and he's met with Xi recently, and he's met with Lukashenko, which obviously just tells Lukashenko what he's going to do. But I think I'm kind of the assumption that with all these rumblings of peace negotiations, right, that there is a chance that Bakhmut is going to fall. I don't want it to, and I don't think it will, but I know that Vladimir Putin is throwing everything he can to get that. And I think he's going to call that his victory, and that this goes back to kind of what Doman has been talking about before. He's going to declare victory even though it wasn't victory, and then he's going to want to go to the negotiation table, and there's going to be international pressure, right? And I'm not even just talking about from China and Belarus. I think there's going to be some nations actually in Europe that just want the war to end, and they're going to be okay with it. And I'm a big fan. I grew up playing a game called Risk. I don't know if it was popular in Europe, right? But right now, Vladimir Putin has the dice, and he gets to keep attacking, and he's depleting all of his forces while, you've got Zelensky in Ukraine who are sitting on a massive amount of forces, right? And they're ready, right? They're just waiting for their chance at the dice. So I think what would be really, really wise for all of us is to when those narratives come out and go, hey, no, Crimea has been prepared. This is not the time for negotiation. Vladimir Putin had his chance with the risk dice. He now has to take his card, and he has to pass the dice to Zelensky. Once Zelensky's done with his move, then we can talk about negotiations. They both get a chance at the table, right? On my dad joke humor, what do you call a body of water in southern Ukraine?
An ex-Russian? I don't know.
Crimea River.
Of course.
I've been using that for months. Yeah, that's Operation Crimea River when everybody starts whining. Yeah.
That was really bad.
It's not as bad as the Wambulance. The Wambulance won last night.
Oh, yeah. Colonel Jeff, let me just applaud you for that. That is significantly better than anything Joe delivers, in my opinion. George?
Yeah, I was going to say the pushback on negotiations, if obviously, and I'm not sure about Colonel Jeff might be right on a couple of the European countries, but if the United States and all its allies that I've heard have said they cannot have a peace.
I think we might be losing George.
Yeah, I thought it was me.
Yeah, ditto.
Well, George, we're can't hear you. Broke up like you might be moving with your mobile phone. I went on a area. Put your hand up when you come back in, and we'll pick you up again. Enter the NAFO has entered the room. How are you, sir? And what would you like to add?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for bringing me up. I was just thinking about these people that they're bringing into Mariupol and other parts of Crimea. Do you think there's a chance that they are actually Mobics? They just don't know it yet. I mean, it's quite a good idea to move in 40, 60,000 people in the belief that they're, getting a new life. And then when the time is right, they are conscripted because then they're already there.
Yeah. Very, very good point, and very possible, right? You know, we've seen the apartments they're rebuilding in Mariupol. Move 40,000 people in there. Hey, in addition to your apartment, we've also found you a job. Welcome to the Donetsk National Army. Yeah, I agree. That's probably almost certainly what they'll end up using them for, if not it or human shields in trying to say, oh, don't attack Mariupol. All these innocent civilians are here. You're spot on, I reckon.
I mean, another reason is because most of them seem to be from the outer parts of Russia, and we all know how main Russia treats, their minorities. So it feels a bit weird that they would give them a VIP ticket to, new buildings, new areas, and stuff like that. So yeah, it definitely feels dodgy.
Yeah, but follows the pattern, right? Russia moved, the Soviet Union moved people from the Central Republics and the Southern Republics into Ukraine when they depopulated the kulaks. So yeah, it follows a pattern they would do, and as you've seen in the DNR, or sorry, in Luhansk and Donetsk, the next thing they do once they've occupied there is say, now you're now a Russian citizen. You're required to get a passport, and now you need to fight for your country. So welcome to the DNR or LDNR. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it possible to bring up another topic, or?
Go right.
Okay, thanks. No, I was just wondering. You probably talked about it this morning, but the leak that was presented in, I think it published in New York Times, the last 12 hours or whatever it was. I was just thinking that it's really interesting that leak. I'm talking about the leak about the planning for the counteroffensive, the American, what they've delivered, and the structure of the counteroffensive, and so on and so forth. Of course, the Russians took that report, changed some numbers to play with their narrative. But I'm just thinking, does anybody think that report is actually a leak, a PSYOP leak, because nothing has been leaked during the whole war, and now just before the counteroffensive this gets leaked? Just curious what your thoughts are. Thanks.
So actually, Colonel Jeff did cover this actually not so long ago, but to recap, essentially, it's a leak, but it's not really plans, right? It's just some notes from a meeting. It's not like this isn't Operation Mincemeat or anything like that. And as Colonel Jeff said, so there's two things it might be. It's a leak for psyops, or it's a leak, or it's an accidental leak, or that was picked up. But remember, as Colonel Jeff said earlier, there's like 25,000 people that work in the defense or in the Pentagon, and the people in there can snap their fingers and say, give me a contingency plan or some notional planning on this, that, or whatever scenario. And all of that stuff gets produced because those people that's their job, to produce all that sort of stuff at a moment's notice, and tell them what the capabilities that would be required to do this, that, or the other thing. And even if they in reality said, well, what if the United States had to get involved in this? What would that look like? And but comes out, and whether or not it's real or fake is sort of not really consequential, because the actual plans for the offensive aren't probably held at all in the United States. I wouldn't think. It's Ukraine's war, and I can't imagine their plans would be susceptible to leak in the United States. But I'm not in on that level of intelligence. Colonel Jeff certainly has been, so maybe he'll add more to it.
Yeah. So look, there's one thing that the U.S. military is never going to be at fault for, and that's not having a plan. Right? I mean, equals. We have more courses of action than you could shake a stick at, and that shouldn't be surprising, right? And I'll tell you why, right? So we've had two incidences, right, where fragments of this war, whether they be Ukrainian or Russian, have fallen or landed in NATO countries. Right, so you've got a rocket that landed in Poland to kill 2 guys. You got something else that overflight in Romania, right? So you have situations where there's flag officers, very smart ones, sitting in the Pentagon and also sitting at UCOM, going, okay, dude, what if? Just what if? I mean, what if, right? What if Russia actually does shoot a missile into Poland and hits one of their military bases and just says it was an errant mistake, right? And Poland then says, we're invoking Article 5. They pull together the North Atlantic Treaty Council. The North Atlantic Treaty Council says, that's it. We don't believe you, Russia, and we're going to war. At that point's not the time to come up with a plan. Right? That's a little late. So you're going to go, okay, dude, if this happens, what does a measured response by the United States and NATO look like? Okay, so that becomes what we call a non-paper, right? It's actually a term in the Pentagon. It's a non-paper. So if it ever gets leaked, well, it's not really an official paper. No one's really put their name on it. It's just a non-paper, right? And then people look at it and they kind of measure it around and they play with it. And if they like it, they're like, okay, hey, draw me up a con-op on that, right? And when you draw up the con-op, I need branches and sequels that actually go out, and I want 3 courses of action that do blah, 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 right? We do that all the time. It shouldn't be a surprise. I would like to think that there's a lot of Americans who rest a little bit easier at night knowing that someone at least thought about the chance that we might have to go in, and not doing it at the point that we go in.
Yeah, that's. I mean, what you said is exactly right. They make a plan for anything. I'll bet there are thousands and thousands and thousands. It's job security that they say, Jeff, put me together a plan of what it would take to airlift a whole bunch of stuff in this place, or how long would it take us to get soldiers in place from bases? It's all just contingency planning. It has to happen as a matter of course, as it is useful exercise for your military at all times to exercise their planning and logistics and all the skills that go into actually delivering force where necessary. So if even what if it was like you say, subject to a freedom of information request at some point in time, all this comes out, and it doesn't mean anything necessarily. Because Jeff, do you believe that in any sort of military hierarchy that they would have the plans for what Ukraine's counteroffensive is of the SBU sitting available to be picked up or leaked in America?
Yeah, it doesn't, right? And to be fair, when a plan is finalized, it becomes what we call an operational plan or an O plan. And in every combatant command theater, right? So we got UCOM, CENTCOM, PACOM, INDOPACOM, SOUTHCOM, we got all the combatant commands. in those combatant commands, each one has roughly, God, I don't know, 20 literally polished, signed, approved by the 4-star O plans sitting on the shelf, right? And that's a full up O plan. And every 2 years, each O plan has to be reevaluated for new technology. Do we still have the forces? Blah, blah, blah. And there's a whole cell that literally all year long, all they do is they look at 10 O plans, and they spend a month on each one. And I mean, it's mind-bogglingly numb. No one likes to be on a military staff. They'd rather be operational, but it's required work, right? So the O plans get opened and they get assessed, and then the commander signs off on any of the changes, and then the O plan gets closed. The fact that this was just a couple pieces of paper and not a 3-inch thick binder that says O plan 52731, right? Tells me that this is a nothing burger.
Precisely, and it's a nothing burger that if anybody wants to pursue, go for your life, because you'll be doing nothing but wasting your time. Shaggy, what have you got to add, sir?
Yeah, I forgot to add before when we were talking about those Russians that are being brought into Mariupol. One of the narratives which the Russians use a lot is the bombing of civilians in Donbass, when they put up pictures of them and stuff like that. So that's another narrative they're probably going to be trying to use as well. They weren't bothered about civilians when they were bombing and killing people in Mariupol and places like that. But you can be double sure that if any get killed when the Ukrainians are going to be trying to take back their territory, they'll be all over it, and their tankies and their Vatniks will be trying to use that as well. Whether they actually are going to be Ukrainian civilians or any type of civilians, or just using old pictures, you can be sure they're going to try and do something like that. That was just a point I forgot to make.
Well, we've seen them quite happily fire into apartment blocks before, so it wouldn't surprise me if they fired into their own freshly built apartment blocks. That's probably why they cut a load of corners when they built them, because they know they're not going to be standing for that long. Or that's me just being extra cynical. You see.
Oh yeah, thank you for the turn. I sent a few pictures, a couple of pictures into the channel or the tweets of this channel, and that's the longest. I'm sorry about the airplane noise. That's the longest border that NATO has at the moment, and there's only 6 roads leading into the country, and you can see also from the first picture how close those old cities, Viborg and all those are, that were once Finland, and we had to make a deal with Stalin that we would give them away. So I mean, think about this ICBM propaganda. If you were to drop a nuclear blast into Helsinki, that would also take St. Petersburg away, basically, with the downfall and all that stuff. And my second point is, good luck. You can see some flags in the first picture. It's actually where I come from, and I have a little summer cottage in in the Russian side in a small lake. So that's there still, hopefully. But still, I know quite well the terrain. I've been living there since I was a small boy, and I can tell you that whenever I went to Russia when I was a young man, I went there like a few thousand times. Um, it is quite it demands a little bit of a sportsmanship that you can really drive those roads. And now, if you think about the tank columns that they were using when they went to Ukraine, even though they had open fields and everything, think about having all around you 1,375 kilometers of 75-foot long woods. So for Mr. Putin, like Stalin said, he started appreciating the Finnish people after they basically decimated 200,000 of their own military people. And one, I've got two. My both grandfathers were veterans of the war, and what they said was that it was really disheartening even for them to see that whenever an attack started from the Russian side, and that when they were hit back, and the soldiers went back, their own people started shooting them. So that was the only motivation for the Russian army at that point of time to start the attack wherever it was. Was it in south or in the north or whatever? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yeah, we're hearing about that being threatened and possibly even happening in Ukraine as well. Colonel Jeff.
Yeah, so a couple things. The first thing is never apologize about the sound of freedom. Jet noise is a beautiful thing, and I wish there was more of it going on over Ukraine. So you should never apologize about that. Second thing is I think that this move of the ICBM to your border, dude, this is such a golden opportunity for the leadership of Finland, right? I'm a big fan of taking lemons and making lemonade. And I mean, if I was the leadership in Finland right now, or even just someone, maybe NAFO wants to do it. Heck, I saw he's up, right? But I mean, create a map of Helsinki, as the centerpiece, getting hit by a nuclear weapon, and then show the fallout path going towards St. Petersburg, right? and show the big circle, right? And go, oh man, I know Russia's allowed to put their ICBMs wherever they want, but if this is supposed to be perceived as a threat to Finland, I mean, I get it, but I mean, I hope that they're issuing masks and radiation suits to all 2.3 million people in St. Petersburg, because man, they're all going to get freaking fried by this, right? And then just start pushing that shit out, because now Russia has to go, well, oh shit, they got us, man. Now I got to start issuing masks and freaking shit, which I don't have, and I don't want to buy, and I don't want to spend money on, and I don't want to create the headache of issuing it all out, because I know I'm not going to freaking use a nuclear weapon, and then it's all going to go bad because people are going to freaking start selling it on the black market. It's freaking hilarious, right? That'd be my response.
And just to give you a little point that if you guys remember that there was this article about Russia that the windmills in Europe are pushing the cold winds into our homeland. And the thing is with the Russians, they don't understand that it winds from the west to the east. So no matter if they drop the bloody bomb into the middle of Atlantic, the downfall would come into Russia anyways. So this is one of the things that these guys just don't understand. That, like I said to this one guy who is doing this propaganda, that why don't you come up with something wiser? Because the downfall will actually go into Mother Russia. It will go to St. Petersburg. It will go into bigger cities, even to Moscow. So those guys are just plain stupid, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, it's look, the folly of nuclear weapon discussion about use in general, with the Soviet Union and Russia's. I'm with Colonel Jeff. I cannot fathom a scenario through the end of this war in which the people who would have to actually participate in the use of nuclear weapons on the side of Russia would actually carry it out on the basis of they know that it would not be effective as either tactically or strategically, and they were, if you will, partners in generating the discussion, the whole framework around nuclear détente, and there's no scenario that comes up between now and the end of this war in which Russia's existence is going to be threatened in a manner which would require them to consider using nuclear weapons. And even if they did, should we expect the nuclear forces of the army to be in any better command, control, or maintenance shape than the rest of their armies are? I don't know.
Well, I've got some exciting news. Well, you know, the sort of thing that I find exciting anyway.
I love exciting news.
Oh, yes. A Russian Su-25 attack aircraft destroyed near Marinka in the Donetsk region. This has been announced by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. So, lovely, lovely stuff, and it's confirmed as well. That's the type of thing that I like to see. I have just retweeted it as well, if anybody wants to go and have a quick look at the video.
Yeah, nice. I just saw that online as well. Hey, Mockers, I want to revisit a story that we talked about, and actually was featured a little bit a day on the space. Time all runs together, but I'll say a couple of months ago, the I Want to Live campaign. Do you remember talking about that with the guys who were organizing that online, or organizing that to communicate to Russian soldiers that how to go about surrendering, and a hotline and all that they'd set up? Do you remember hearing about any of that?
I certainly do, yeah. There was quite a lot of it being publicised because they wanted to make sure that this information was getting to the Russians. Yeah, and I have seen the story that it's been quite successful recently, has it not?
Yes, it's apparently they are being fairly successful in communicating it, especially to these Mobics that are going out there, because it was running at about 1,500 personnel a month back at the end of the year, but in the last 2 months, up to 3,000 Russian soldiers a month are making access to the directions on how to surrender to the Ukrainian army. Yeah, it's good.
There was something, again, John Spencer said this some time ago, but he said, you know when an army's coming to its knees when they start surrendering en masse. And so, yeah, that sounds like a very good direction to be going in.
Yeah, and consider the numbers, right? So if you add 3,000 a month to the combat losses, which you can essentially do because they're lost soldiers to them, it just compounds the losses on the Russian side to, I don't know what the numbers were today, but if there were 460 or 470, that's add 20 to that every day.
Absolutely, and well, we can see from the numbers that they're still taking out a lot of artillery systems on a daily basis as well, which I think is extra good news. I am just checking my bookmarks because I have quite a few this morning, and I'm just making sure that there's nothing really important that I've missed for you.
Okay, well, I'm going to do one sneaky little thing that since Colonel Jeff is back, and I know Dom and others were kind of finished with it, but I have one more point that I'd like to raise with Colonel Jeff about F-16s and the objection to those, as you said, in the Pentagon, or the procurement function there that's so focused on the F-35. And if their argument to, I guess 2 points are, the manufacturer of those F-16s should have a massive lobby in Congress and in the Defense Department. So I would think they would be behind making sure that their platform gets into use in this war, as opposed to the other ones that could be used. So that's one big thing, and I can't believe they'd stand on the sideline. But the other thing is, if their premise is that the F-16 isn't survivable in that environment, isn't that premise A, demonstrably false based on the Israel experience over Syria? And second, isn't the survivability issue really something for the Ukrainians to decide? They're the folks that are going to be putting their lives at risk.
There's a pretty big cost associated with F-16s, right? So it's, yeah, they're losing their lives, but you know, if you're talking about, you know, 200, 300, $1 million for sending F-16s in and basically just surrendering them, right? In other words, you're going to leave them. Like this is going to be their final resting home. They're not borrowing them. They're not renting them. This is where it's going to go. Someone's going to pay that bill. Your first assumption about the different defense industries is 100% spot on, minus one major fact, and that is Lockheed Martin owns the rights to both aircraft, the F-16 and the F-35.
Fair enough. And the big problem with the F-35, really, I mean, not that it's a problem, but they manufacture it in so many small towns and places around America that it's in everyone's constituency. So it's always going to be the right fighter, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's going to be the fighter that we're going to produce a lot into the future. And yes, you know, Lockheed Martin's going to do no harm to the F-35 program, and I get that, right? And I just think that we're being just, you know, penny wise, pound foolish. If you know, the F-35 line is moving as fast as it can, right? Production is going as fast as it can. There's a lot of people that are waiting for their F-35s, and I get that. To be fair, the F-16 line's open too, right? Slovakia is going to be getting new F-16s rolling off the line soon. So you know that it's what a horrible position to be in, to have two fighter aircraft in high demand that your production lines are moving at 100%, right? What a horrible fiscal position to be in for Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, that's
yeah, and you compare that to the, you know, the Eurofighter, which if you've been reading the news over in Europe lately about the Eurofighter, there's a lot of concern that the Eurofighter line is going to have to shut down because there's no orders, right? So you know, or they're starting to run out of orders, and they need to start filling orders. So man, it's a strange world that we live in, and what a wonderful tangled web we weave, right?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, but so it looks to me like, you know, we're probably going to be looking at a late spring summer offensive without the capability of really the air support we'd like. Is there any other system or numbers of existing systems that should be supplemented to make sure an offensive can be successful, given the fact that they won't have the type of air support that we normally expect?
I mean, it's fascinating to me that with all the wars that the United States and the coalition have fought over the last 20 years, that Russia has no desire, or is demonstrated no desire to secure air superiority. And they have the numbers, right? They've got more than enough jets. Now, maybe they're not all in the Eastern military or the Western military district, but they could. I mean, they could start. And the other thing is, they're clearly not trying to strike when they have their massive drones, you know, shoved into Ukraine. They're clearly not trying to strike airfields, you know, blow up Su-27s and MiG-29s on the ground, and they're not trying to take out, you know, air defense systems, integrated air defense systems like the S-300 or the S-400. They're going after civilian structures. So it's, I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that Russia has a very different playbook. They don't care about air superiority. It's not a concern to them. Air parity is enough, right? I'm going to have my air defense system, and you're not going to be able to fly over the air, and you're going to have yours, and we're both just going to agree that this is going to be a land battle because we think we can win in a land battle, right? Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, Russia does have an advantage in a land battle, and that is they can outrange the Ukrainian forces. That's why ATACMS. And this is why General Hodges jumps up and down all the time about sending ATACMS. Let's if the people in Kyiv have to sleep in the cold and they lose electricity, and they have to go down to bomb shelters. They're at war with Russia. The people in Moscow should have no safe harbor. They should be threatened by the same situation, right? And I believe that, right? You're a nation of war. You are supporting your president who's taking your nation to war. You should have to feel the repercussions of that. Now, I tell you what, you say that to some of the people here in well-developed European nations like Austria, and their mind goes boggly because they just think as soon as the first bomb falls in Moscow, that the world's done, that nuclear war is going to break out, and it's such an uneducated position, but they don't want it. They choose not to learn. They don't want to understand. There's no way around it. It's really hard to argue with someone who doesn't understand the way in which the wind blows, right? It's painful.
Indeed. So return then to my question on your Air Force. And now I'm going to ask you something totally out of your bailiwick, though. Is there any additional thing that the Ukrainians can do, given the fact that they won't go in with any form of air superiority, given in a essentially land-only battle? Is there major systems that we're missing, major numbers that we're missing? Does it change the numbers of things that you need in formations or number of formations, do you think, to win, particularly given Russia's still large advantage in numbers of artillery tubes?
Yeah, I meant to say ATACMS was my answer. I evidently I didn't clear that. I mean, they need ATACMS. They need long range fires, and they need to be able to outrange. Russia. I want Russia's Bear bombers, right? I want them fucking destroyed. And I don't mean that just because I want the Bear bombers destroyed, but if the Bear bomber is the delivery vehicle, and along with the MiG-25 Foxbats, if these are the delivery vehicles for hypersonic weapons, that there's no once the missile's in the air, the West doesn't have a counter to it, then great. You've just made your Bear bomber fleet and your MiG-25 fleet, or MiG-31 fleet, excuse me, my number one target, right? MiG-31 Foxbat, right? Or MiG-31, what is it, Jeff? Foxhound?
Yeah, it's Foxhound.
Yeah, Foxhound, right? So yeah, those gotta go. Those gotta go. I'm sorry, man. You've proven to me that
they gotta go on the ground, not even gonna
right.
tote them out. Yeah.
Right. That's why I want ATACMS, right? I want to take them out on the ground. You, Vladimir Putin, have escalated the war by showing me that you're willing to shoot these hypersonic missiles. You've tied my hands. My only recourse, right, is to actually take out the delivery systems on the ground. Sorry.
Yep, I agree with that wholeheartedly. And so maybe that is the answer, and maybe they're doing that. That essentially, I would want to, if as an artillery piece, you'd want to maintain your M270s and HIMARS equipped with the Gimler's rockets closer to the front, and then have a whole new batch of HIMARS sent there with ATACMS equipped on them, so that you can also, when things kick off, just preemptively hit the Engel Air Force Base and the Air Force Base outside Minsk, wherever they're taking these MiG-31s off. That'll be day one, I would assume. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if that's going to be if that's the attack axis and it's going to be out towards, a Bakhmut and a push east, then yeah, sure. I think that there are plenty of opportunities that are available in the planning cell in Ukraine on where and what they can do, and I'm a big fan of no spoilers, right? So I'm just gonna say There's probably there's a lot of planners at UCOM that have been bored for many years of their life that are